All right, go ahead.
There we go.
Okay, and do we have an image for the council chambers? Okay, we'll go ahead. We are up to the Pledge of Allegiance. Bart, could you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? And I'll ask everybody else to go on mute so it's easier to follow.
And for those of you that can stand, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
allegiance
of the United States of America
United States of
and to
America,
the republic for which it
and
stands,
to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
one
under
nation,
God, indivisible, with liberty
indivisible,
and justice for
with
all.
liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Bart. Gabriel, could you call the roll, please?
Yes, Chairman. Commissioner Brown,
Here.
Commissioner Crandall,
Here,
Commissioner Kaczynski,
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Wu,
Here.
Vice Chair Blackwell,
Here.
and Chairman Rulon.
Here. Next item is special orders of business. We have none. Next item is minutes. We have one set of minutes from the regular Planning Commission meeting of December 2nd, 2020. Is there a request for change or a motion?
I'll make a motion, we approve the minutes from the December.
Second.
Motion by Kaczynski, second by Brown. I'll call the roll. Commissioner Brown,
Here. Aye.
Commissioner Crandall,
aye.
Commissioner Wu,
Aye.
Commissioner Blackwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaczynski,
Aye.
and Rulon votes aye, passes unanimously. Next item is oral and written communication. Members of the public may address the commission on matters of public interest which pertain to the city and are not otherwise on the agenda. Speakers can submit their comments on agenda items to the Planning Commission electronically. Material may be emailed to www.san-clemente.org/PC public comment. Transmittal by 3 p.m. on Planning Commission meeting days is recommended. The Planning Commission is not permitted to discuss or take action on items that do not appear on the agenda. So Gabriel, do we have any oral and written communication for items that are not on the agenda?
Chairman, we do not.
All right. Item 7 is the consent calendar. We have 2 items on the consent calendar. Are there any requests to pull either of the items? I will say we've gotten some comments on item B, the speed cushions. Since we got those items, I think we need to pull them so we can read those comments into the record, if I'm not mistaken.
I would recommend we move the balance, particularly the election boxes, if there's no need to debate it.
Okay, there's a motion to move the balance. Is there a second?
Second by Crandall.
So a motion by Brown, second by Crandall to move the balance. I'll call the roll. Commissioner Brown,
For it?
Commissioner Crandall,
Aye.
Commissioner Wu,
Aye.
Commissioner Blackwell,
Aye.
Commissioner Kaczynski,
Aye.
and Rulon votes aye. The balance is moved. So we have item 7B, speed cushions on Esplanade. So is there a staff presentation on this, or do we want to go to public comment? Gabriel.
I believe we have someone representing engineering that may be available. And so
this is Nestor Mangohig, Senior Civil Engineer in Traffic, and there is no staff report, but I'm available for questions.
All right, before we get to public comment, then let me ask if there are any questions from commissioners for staff.
Chair, I have some question to the staff.
Commissioner Wu?
Thank you. Ms. Mangohig, I asked you to forward me the point assignment form. Did you have a chance to show it to the other commissioners?
I forwarded that to you. I did not forward it to other commissioners.
Okay.
But I can discuss
So-
whatever items are on there now if you would like to.
Yeah. since we installed the bollards on the center line of El Camino Real, the traffic volume on Esplanade, in your viewpoint, well, I would say it's probably down by 50%. And your traffic value, or your traffic volume was 2,274 vehicles per day. Do we expect that number to drop by about half?
I don't know if it's half, but I do know that it's dropped. We currently have counters on Barcelona, and the difference currently between now and June is between 200 to 300, which I suspect largely is coming from Barcelona. So I would suspect that Barcelona is at least 200 to 300 lower, but also considering that we're now in winter in January, school is in session, that it's even lower than that. But based on the amount of shift and the seasonal change, I estimated at about 1,500 vehicles now compared to the 2,200 plus that's in the report. Now, that being said, as it's stated in the report, that this isn't moving forward based on a qualifying score on the traffic calming program. Rather, it's moving forward based on the residents' signatures and decision to take it forward. And I've had some discussion with residents regarding that. And one of the things they don't want to happen is to delay because they know that there would be a drop, which we acknowledge, but then have to do this process again. As you're aware, there's other streets with less ADT that have cushions or are in the process of getting cushions.
Right, I understand that. And I think the strength of the case is still relevant. So can you share with the commission your point assignment to this project, considering what we just talked about regarding the traffic volume change?
Oh, certainly. So right now, based on the traffic calming program, a score of 50 points is required, 51 points, I'm sorry, to move on in the traffic calming portion of the program. This Esplanade scored 41, 10 points came from speed, which is a 38 mile per hour, 85th percentile, 8 points from volume, 8 points for 3-year accident history, 15 points were assigned by staff based on the pedestrian generators in the area, and then no points were assigned for sidewalks, pathways, or the lack thereof, because there are sidewalks. So let me just do the math here. So if we factor in the reduced volume, and we're coming down to about 1 point for the volume. So rather than a 41 out of 51, it would be about a 34 out of 51. Again, we're not moving forward based on that point score.
Okay. Another question I have is Cushing has gaps in between to allow wide axle emergency vehicle to drive through without slowing them down, right?
Correct.
Does it work for cities contract medical emergency transportation service?
Yes. Generally, the wheel axles for the medical is wide enough for the 6-foot cushion, and that's why they're sized that way. There's some other manufacturers out there that go a little wider that do start to impede medical, and I know that this is the reason why OCFA in particular chose this particular spec.
No, I'm not talking about OCFA. You understand that the city contract a private company to provide medical emergency transportation. Do they have those wide axle vehicles to go through the speed cushion?
I can't answer to you for other vehicles, but I know that many ambulances use the same chassis. So I suspect that the majority of the medical vehicles also fit through there. That's one of the items that's highlighted on this particular specification for this particular speed cushion.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Brown, did you have a question? Commissioner Brown, did you have a question?
I'm supportive of the, I'm supportive of the.
I'm sorry, Don, we can't hear you. You're kind of frozen.
To me, Jim?
Yeah, your mute was off, so I was asking if you had a comment or a question, excuse me.
I don't have a question. I support the president.
Okay,
Hear me now?
A little bit. You're a little jumpy. Commissioner Blackwell, your mute's
Yeah.
off. Did you have a question?
Yes, Jim. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Because I'm getting sort of a delayed response, very pixelated, if you will, from others. So if you can hear me clearly, I'll continue.
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Great, thank you. So yes, I have a question for you, Nestor. So I've read through the report. It looks like, so from the city's perspective, the qualification score for the speed cushions would be 51. This particular stretch scored a 41. Is that correct overall?
That is correct.
Okay. But we did receive petitions from some residents along that street requesting it. So the consideration is being made because of that petition. If there was no petition or a qualifying petition, this item would never have made it to Planning Commission for consideration because of the low score. Is that correct?
Right. If it does not qualify for the traffic calming, we would not take it on our own, but there is a provision that allows for streets that, whether they meet the criteria or not of the speed hump policy, it can move forward with a certain amount of signatures. So they, based on this situation, because there were some criteria, I think that I described in the report, they would have required that supermajority, 67%, and they came back with 90, somewhere over 90%. So we're moving it forward.
So we had a full survey. Those that did not respond were either non-responsive. In the report, it said that perhaps they were out of town or whatever. That was 30. What was the percentage of that non-response rate?
Well, there's 91. Four out of 43 they did not receive any the feedback from. So 39 out of 43 signed in favor.
Okay. And looking at this from a more of a, I don't know, imagine if you will, an aerial perspective, adjoining streets along that stretch, are streets on either side of Esplanade being considered or have received speed bumps?
The Barcelona, which is the street that is being affected by some of the diversion, they're in process now.
Yes.
And that's how we have some of that diversion data that we're assuming comes off of Esplanade. Now, the adjacent street on to the South Santiago does not. I think they've got volumes somewhere. Some of these streets are fairly narrow. You know, you've got your Esplanade type streets, which were wider, like Valencia, and then you've got other like Barcelona's wide. But the Santiago streets and those we don't often hear in terms of cushions. When you've got cars parked on both sides of some of these streets, that acts as, you know, the bottleneck itself, and it becomes almost its own traffic calming. So in the adjacent vicinity, it's Barcelona, and then further, you know, away we've got the Cristobal and obviously Valencia from about a year ago.
Okay. So if we had overflow from Barcelona, it's possible this particular street could be impacted by that.
Say again, I'm sorry, I cut out.
So the adjacent streets, if there was overflow, this particular street could be impacted by that. Yeah,
and any street is welcome to, you know, move forward or make that request, and we treat them the same and go through the same procedure. But yes. Now, what I can say from other streets and experience in other cities is that so long as they're spaced correctly and to the guideline, not too narrowly spaced, then you often do not see diversion due to the cushions alone. Now, in this particular case, we're seeing diversion because of those channelizers that are on El Camino Real, and that's what we expected to see, some diversion, but not just from cushions alone.
Yeah. When I read your report, as usual, it's very comprehensive, Nestor, and it's I just was left with questions, and I was more concerned with some other issues that maybe more like, are we trying to keep up with the Joneses? Well, somebody got a speed cushion series on their block, we want one too. But your report, I didn't leave the report thinking that there was a critical need here on this street, but the residents want it. What are we going to do if the residents petition on every other street that we didn't identify as an impacted street because of high traffic flows, even in peak time, peak hours? What are we going to do? Are we just going to? Is this going to be in the process with everyone? Are we going to?
No, we have on our list an update to the procedures, if you will. And if you recall, El Portal, another street that we had on here where we had volumes that were barely, registering on the scale of things, and we had 85th percentiles that were under the actual speed limit. I know that this commission found some overriding considerations, if you will, that the recommendation was to move forward. But in other streets where we see that maybe that they're below the speed limit, for example, already, or you have volumes that are well less than 1,000 or under 500, then we would state that in the report and possibly come back with not a recommendation, even though we've got 2/3 or half. But those are the types of things that we intend to address when we go through an update of both the traffic calming and speed cushion procedures.
Yeah, because a lot of this is, this particular commission has been privy to some education over the years, and with the traffic circles, et cetera, there's been a consideration for human behavior. And so, I just want to make sure that you're considering that, if we were to install these speed cushions, it becomes more of a prohibitive situation where folks will say, hey, I know this particular street doesn't have speed cushions, or this one does, we'll just avoid it. And it just continues on. So there's a trend, the next street over starts to get impacted because people are avoiding the street with the speed cushions and so on. So I want to make sure that we've got, some math on this. We know that we've got an offload from the freeway. There were certain direct impacted streets where folks were utilizing for the path of least resistance to the shore. So I just want to make sure that we have some controls in place, Nestor, that will help us so that we're not putting these speed cushions on every single street if we don't really need it, regardless of.
No, I understand that. And I've also heard from, I think it depends on the resident, because residents have different tolerances, obviously, on what they find acceptable. But I think some of the controls that we have here, aside from writing them into new procedures, is that some of these streets, like I'd mentioned, that are very narrow, there isn't an interest. And we've heard, some people on other streets that you would assume might want these things have decided that they don't want, at least they don't now. So it's hard to tell what streets might ask for them. And I understand your concern that it might be every street trying to keep up with the next street. But we haven't seen that. And I think the intent is to modify some of these procedures to address that. So we are cognizant of that.
Okay. Thank you, Nestor.
Have a moment to comment.
All right. Well, is this a question or a comment?
Just a comment that on the other side of the street, Barcelona, Santiago, it's a 30-foot wide street. It's narrow, A, and B, it only goes to Olivissa. It doesn't cut through. So you're never going to have a requirement for speed cushions on that one. The same way when you go further west past Barcelona, you start to get into some of the streets that don't go all the way through. And the big draw is Tree Street Beach. And so the way the streets are laid out in that area, you're going to have self-regulation.
Commissioner Kozinski, did you have a question?
Yeah, and this is just from my education, but traffic calming on the street means you're looking at lowering the volumes and the speeds by putting in these speed cushions, right?
Well, volumes don't always drop, but that's often a side effect of it. It depends on the type of treatment that you're doing. So obviously, if you're looking at the channelizers, for example, that can be considered to an extent a calming volume type of a treatment. But cushions, there have been agencies that I put them in and they put them in at 150, 200 feet over, over 1 or 2 blocks. And that definitely causes diversion, but that often causes them to get pulled out due to complaint. So we try to reach a balance where we're slowing it down, but if it's to the point where speeders don't want to slow down, they may divert. But the goal isn't to then push it off to another street. And one of the reasons why we do the follow-up for this is to check on those things. Now, just to give an example, another agency that uses these, they have a spacing criteria of 400 to 600 feet with a max of 8, whereas we've got a goal of 250 to 300. And based on both of those spacings, I haven't personally seen a whole lot of diversion from them.
Okay, that was my question. I was wondering how many you were going to put there and how close they were going to be, and whether the intent was to move the traffic to other streets.
Ideally, on the 100 block, we would do 2 in each direction. Now, the reason why, and I mentioned it in the report, the reason why we didn't specify a location is because that's something that we want to do between now and taking it to council, because we've had some instances in the past where, people changed mind or for whatever reason, and we want to get to a point where we're in agreement, it's satisfying the criteria. We think it's going to do well with the spacing, and then present those actual locations with buy-off to the council so that we don't have to, kind of go through a debate there whether or not it's the right location. I don't know if that answered all of your question.
Yeah, it did. Thank you. And one last question. You said that 85%, 30 miles an hour, 85 percentile is the speed. What's the percent that are actually speeding well above the speed limit? Or do you have that information?
I don't have it offhand, but I can search it out. I can, let me see. Bear with me here. No, I don't. I'm sorry for the delay. I don't have that on here. It could be set in the report, but I don't.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
I can do.
Hi, Nestor. One question I had was, is there more speed going down the hill to the west on Esplanade as opposed to coming up the hill? I'm guessing that would be a more dangerous side of the street because it's downhill. People get to greater speeds, but do we have numbers to that effect?
Let me pull the file here.
Sure.
No, it's interesting. As a matter of fact, it's slightly higher in the eastbound. It's a little bit over 30 and a little bit under going in the westbound.
So a little over 30. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit over 30 eastbound, a little bit under 30 westbound, and that's at about mid-block.
Interesting. Okay. And okay, we don't know how many are actually over the speed limit. For kind of as a follow-on to Michael's questions, I also have a concern about us solving a problem on one street only to really be pushing it out to other streets, because ultimately there's going to be just as many cars going up those roads. To clarify, this is a local collector, right? This street is designed to funnel traffic from other streets up, even though it's still a local street. The other streets in that area, for the most part, are strictly local streets and are more designed just for, people who live in the neighborhood to get their house to their garage. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, yes. And that's basically kind of the definition of the collector, as you had mentioned, between collector and local when you're dealing with residential. But to that point, Barcelona is actually designated as a local, strictly local, not a collector. And part of the reason why Esplanade is labeled collector is because of its just because of its cross section. Whether or not it plays out that way is a different story. But yes, it is a local collector versus a strictly a local. I'm sorry, a residential collector rather than a residential local.
Okay. And have we looked at, I know this is, I don't know, the third or fourth of these types of speed bumps I think we've been looking at in the city in the last 5 years or so. Have we gone back and looked and seen what's happened to the traffic both on the street that has the bumps and the adjacent streets to see if there's been an increase in issues or anything like that for the adjacent streets, if we've solved the problem on the streets where we've put these speed bumps on? Do we have any information to that effect on the effectiveness of these?
Well, the two city installations that we have, Riachuelo was the first, and that's on a circular street. So it wasn't really, there wasn't too much of a diversion there. But that's one of the follow-up studies that we need to do on Valencia, and we were set to do it, but with the COVID numbers being down, that's on hold for now. But in terms of speeds, yes. I mean, we've taken radar speeds at the hump in mid cushions, and we're finding 85th percentiles that are more in line with the speed limit. Whereas, you have these streets like, for example, Valencia, where you had 30 plus going down the entire 100 block coming off the freeway. You now have 25 kind of at mid cushion, and then you've got going over the cushion about 12 to 15 miles an hour. So it's certainly slowed speeds down. Now, in terms of the relative diversion, that's one of the things that we have not done the year count because it fell over, we had that COVID drop, and it was going to be hard to decipher what would be associated with each. But that's still on the list to follow up with that particular study.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Wu, did you have another question?
Yeah, I can just ask another question. Nesta, if it were go to the city council, would you agree to revise your report to reflect the new reality that the traffic pattern from El Camino Real has been changed? Therefore, the volume is expected to drop, and your point assignment is stated 41 points, and then you just said you expected that number to drop to about 34. And I think if it goes to the city council, and they need to make an informed decision that technically this is not really a project that the staff should support. It's their political decision.
Yeah, to answer your question, yes, we will have counters down. Now, this we weren't able to get because the counters were occupied, but we did have Barcelona, so we could estimate the shift. But that is something that we're adding in there because we'll have a discussion of exactly that between that after Christmas, between now and Christmas, we had these channelizers go in that data change traffic flow. So that'll be discussed in there, and also the speeds and the volumes and speeds that we're collecting after the diversion. And I think as this is in longer and you have some of the drivers around that are more used to, I think the patterns will stabilize a little bit before this gets to council. And we also have a little bit of legwork to do, assuming that you approve it, then we'll be working with the neighbors to look for locations that are agreeable to those on the street. So we'll have time, and we plan on doing some direct counts on Esplanade itself, and we'll report that as well, and whatever that changes to the point score.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? Okay, Gabriel, then I will open the public hearing. And if you wouldn't mind reading through the public comment that we've gotten on this item, I'd appreciate it.
Chairman, have you received a public comment? Because I actually didn't receive one on this item. Did you have one forwarded to you for 7A?
We had numerous comments, are all favorable and supportive of it. There's about 10 or 12, I think.
There were a number of them. Yeah, there's at least There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I've got these in my email,
Okay.
to planning@sanclemente.org. If you need me to, I could read through them.
Or Jim, alternatively, because of the way that the information was distributed to us, perhaps you could forward those back to Gabriel so he could review and then read those into the record. You could do that too.
Yeah, I believe they were all forwarded by Meredith.
Meredith. Okay.
She sent them
Yeah, I
out,
think
so
They were
There
all
should have been a
favorable.
CC to you, Gabriel, at least.
and like Don says, I read them all and they were all in favor.
Yeah, they were, every one of them.
yeah. So that's my recollection as well. I think though, and Mal would be a better judge of this, that the protocol would say that we should read into the record all the ones that we know of. Is that correct, Mal?
Well, yes and no. The the agenda cover page gives express direction for how to ensure that a comment is read into the record. It has to go through the city portal. It has to expressly state that it is to be read for the record. All other comments are simply submitted as part of the record, but not read.
Understood. So then, so they don't explicitly, if it's not put in through the portal, which I think is the new format I've been seeing, and they don't explicitly say that it's to be read it's to be read, then we can just put it in the record and it doesn't require reading on video, correct?
Yes, that's correct. The exact language is users of the online portal must indicate whether they wish their comments to be read aloud at the Planning Commission meeting or forwarded to commissioners via email. So it has to indicate expressly that they're to be read.
Okay, so it sounds to me like I don't think any of these came through the portal. I think I see a new format to the email, which I assume is the new portal. So, and Gabriel would probably have those if they came through the portal. So they're in the record, and we'll make sure, Gabriel, if you could just double check that they're in the record as part of the meeting. But the commissioners all received the emails and we all read through them. So it sounds like we don't have anything then that we need to read for public comment. So I will close the public comment portion and I'll open this up for commissioner discussion. Commissioner Brown.
I'm in support of the application and we'll vote for it to move forward to council. And I know Barcelona is also in fact going around getting signatures right now to try to balance the traffic off. I think we're going to find out that once we get through Barcelona and Esplanade, the entire system that takes everybody to T Street Beach will be covered with this street and Barcelona. So I don't see a proliferation of these things, and so I think it's really had a dramatic impact on my street, Cristobal. The neighbors are very pleased with the traffic calming that's happened, and an interesting comment too that was made tonight. A lot of times the speeds are the highest going up the hill, and that's where we've had our accidents, in fact. So I'm just going to be supportive of this endeavor.
Thank you. Commissioner Wu.
Thank you, Chair. I echo what the Commissioner Vice Chair Blackwell is concerned. And this slowing down traffic, yes, but diverging the traffic a little bit. Essentially, if everybody wants the speed cushion to be installed on their street, and then it's not going to change the traffic volume much, but it will slow down the speed. So it's going to be everywhere eventually. Does the city have the money to do it? Is it a wise way to spend the city's money? I don't know. based on the technical merit, I will not support it, but I'm going to abstain from this and pound it to the city council.
Commissioner Blackwell?
Well, I'm in, Commissioner Wu's comment is consistent with my thoughts on this. I like to rely on the information that we receive from staff. We have highly skilled expert, deeply experienced people in this area. And though I appreciate what residents want, and that's why we're here. We're here for balance and we're here for a better community. We're serving the people of San Clemente, but the math just doesn't work here. I mean, if there's a request and a petition, great, and it meets the criteria that has been established for implementation, that's a no-brainer. We're not meeting that score. We're deficient, and I just couldn't support it for that reason at this time.
Commissioner Kozinski?
I'm going to defer to Nestor's recommendation, staff recommendation to approve this and move this to City Council. I'm not an expert in traffic mitigation, but I have to believe that they are, and I trust their judgment.
Commissioner Crandall?
Yes, I agree with Chris on this one, that the city engineer has made his case that this isn't a mathematical solution. This is brought on by the residents. And I think Don's comment that this is one of the major accesses to the beach. And I think those are the reasons that these streets are the ones being focused on at the moment. So I'd be willing to make a motion that we send to the Planning Commission or forward to the Planning Commission a recommendation to approve speed cushion traffic calming treatments on the 100 block of Esplanade, and reason being that I think Nestor will add any information to this report for City Council to consider as far as the volume and speeds and et cetera that we've discussed here. And I would look for a second on that.
I second.
There's a motion by Crandall and a second by Brown. I do have a couple of thoughts about this myself. One thing we don't know is how many cars are over the speed limit. So if this is, I mean, the neighbors feel it's unsafe, that has a lot of weight. But if most cars aren't over the speed limit, does the speed limit need to change?
I can answer. I can answer to that.
Oh,
I'm sorry for the
okay,
interruption.
great.
The 50th percentile is 25 miles per hour, which means that about 50% are following the speed limit and 50% are exceeding the speed limit.
Okay, good. So we know half are over to some extent. What we don't know, and as an engineer, this is why I'm torn like a couple of other commissioners, but as an engineer, you always have unintended consequences in a complex system, and traffic is a complex system. So we make driving less comfortable on this street. How does it get pushed out? We don't really have an answer for that. Maybe not. Maybe it simply slows down the traffic on this street. Great. But we also know that it is definitely not uncommon for people, once they get uncomfortable on one street, to just move to another street, and the problem merely moves someplace else. So it's perhaps solved on one street, but increases on another street. And I think we want to avoid that. I'm a little hesitant because they're quite a bit below the score of 51. They're all the way down to 41. I know the desire for these, even when the score is lower. The same thing happened on my street, in fact, a few years ago. We were under the score and didn't have speed bumps ourselves. But there's a reason why that number is 51. And if we're going to play with that, we should have a good reason to play with that. And that's another concern. Again, this is a local collector. I've seen us do things on streets that are more than just local streets. And so, I just don't know how that affects the system as a whole. And I'm very concerned for the safety is expressed by the people who live there. They see that, but they're not. But as a collector street, they're not the only ones affected by it. It's not just. It doesn't handle just people in their neighborhood. It handles people on other streets as well. At least that's the design of the traffic. So I'm torn because the residents want it, and they see it. They have their eyes on every day on the street, but there are a lot of other kind of concerns. I would feel better if we had in the motion a recommendation for a more general planning study, traffic study, for instance, in that area, if that's the problem. But I just, I think in the end, I have to come down on the side of not being in favor of it, because there's just too many criteria that it doesn't meet. It wouldn't bother me if they got the speed bumps, but I am just too worried about mucking with one piece of the system without knowing its effect on other pieces of the system as well, and how we might be throwing other things out of whack or not. All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any more comment on this issue? Okay, then the motion was by Crandall, the second was by Brown. I'll call the roll. Commissioner Brown?
Aye, favor.
Commissioner Crandall?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu? Commissioner Wu?
Abstain.
Commissioner Blackwell?
No.
Commissioner Kozinski?
Aye.
And Rulon votes no. The measure passes 3 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. All right, our next item is the public hearings, items 8. The public hearing process includes a staff presentation, a presentation by the applicant not to exceed 10 minutes, and public testimony not to exceed 3 minutes per speaker. Following closure of the public hearing, the Planning Commission will respond to questions raised during the hearing, discuss the issues, and act upon the matter by motion. And 8A is our general plan amendment 20-011 roadway system update. So Chris, why don't you get us started?
Good evening, Christopher Wright, case planner for this item. This is a request to consider revisions to a general plan amendment the Planning Commission previously supported. The amendment includes updates to the mobility element roadway system map. It's by reclassifying some street segments. It includes eliminating references to toll roads, and then also a recommendation on CEQA findings. So I have a PowerPoint presentation in the folder. If you could pull that up, I'd appreciate it. Next slide, please. Yeah, so in February 5th, 2020, the Planning Commission had considered changes to 11 roadway classifications in the roadway system map to reflect roadway projects that the City Council had previously approved. And so to update it to current conditions, that was the direction of the council. And following those roadway projects, the city had pursued a conditional amendment with the Orange County Transportation Authority for what is known as the Regional Master Plan of Arterial Highways Plan. And the Planning Commission has supported those 11 reclassifications. Since then, the City Council has directed the initiation of 4 other classification changes that are included in the revised resolution for you tonight. And then in addition to that, there was direction to remove references to toll roads in the general plan. That was an item initiated but put on hold for some time. These reclassification of streets are required to maintain the city's eligibility of transportation funding and to be consistent with the master plan of arterial highways. The city's general plan needs to be up to date to reflect roadway projects. And that's what the goal of this project is all about. Next slide, please. This map shows what the map changes involve. The red circled areas are the new changes that are proposed this evening, included in the resolution. We have 3 new classification changes to reflect roadway projects the city has approved. And then there's this new one for the Los Patrones Parkway extension. That's a County of Orange project that's at the top of the slide. It is a planned roadway that is being overseen and managed by the County of Orange. Next slide, please. Staff's recommendation is for the Planning Commission first to make CEQA findings. Those fall under 2 groupings. The first are city road projects. Those are 1 through 14 classification changes in your report. And then also to remove the references to toll roads. Those changes are consistent with the general plan EIR and the class 1 CEQA exemption. For the Los Patrones Parkway extension, the city is a responsible agency, and staff recommends the Planning Commission find that the project is consistent with the County of Orange addendums to certified environmental impact reports. This is an addendum that the County of Orange has prepared, and we have representatives from the County of Orange available if there are questions about that document. Then there's a recommendation to approve the general plan amendment with the adoption of resolution, and then lastly to direct staff to update a figure in the general plan EIR to reflect the update to the roadway classifications, assuming approval by the city council. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Does anyone have any questions for staff or the representatives from Orange County? And I don't see any. I'm sorry? Oh,
Chair, I do
Wu.
have a question.
Commissioner Wu.
Yes, Chris. The reclassification of South Elkhorn Real and the other 2 roads, I believe these are Veracruz. Commission never seen this design concept because South Elkhorn Community Real currently doesn't have a meeting. When you change to divided collector, can you show me an exhibit and how it goes?
I'm sorry, you asking to go back to the slide that I showed?
The item 12 through 14 reflects the recent approved design concept on these streets to be reclassified. Do you have any exhibit to show the design concept of them?
I don't. We have Tom Vonnegut, our Public Works Director, on the line, and he can give you some information on those projects. If you have questions about those.
Sure. Thank you, Planning Commissioners. Tom Vonnegut, Public Works Director. I don't have an exhibit, but I can describe and point out examples in town. And I think it's important for context to note that when you look at tables 1 and 2 in your staff report on pages 2 and 3 respectively, except for 2 of those listed projects, all of the others have already been completed and the striping changes implemented per prior council and in most cases Planning Commission approval. Specifically with regard to item 13 in table 2, that is one of the 2 projects that has not been done. Of course, the Los Patrones Parkway extension, that proposed roadway is proposed and hasn't been done. Item 13, South El Camino Real, was a city approved grant funded application, and the city council directly approved a concept to reduce South El Camino Real from 4 lanes down to 1 in each direction instead of 2 in each direction, and put a striped median with turn lanes. And so we have a number of examples of those in town, most recently on Veracruz. If you've driven in Forester Ranch by Truman Benedict School, that's approximately what South El Camino will become. We applied for a grant under council's direction and got it, but the project probably won't happen until later this calendar year. And then there are other examples of local streets where we have 1 lane in each direction with a striped median. So that's what we'll be doing, and we're going through that reclassification at this time. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. I have another question about Los Pachones Parkway extension. The new project is going to cause some impact to the traffic on La Parra, especially between the proposed intersection to Vista Hermosa. The level of service will be dropped from A to C, then another segment of B to D. Is there any mitigation proposed? And if there is, who is going to pay for that?
So let me just answer yes, that's correct. And the traffic studies show that in the future 2045 predicted traffic condition. However, and I may have the county chime in, I don't think there's any specific mitigation proposed. And the reason for that is that even a level service D meets our standards and the countywide standards. That is an acceptable level of service. And so because of that, there wouldn't be any specific improvements or mitigation required.
Oh, D is still acceptable. I always thought that C is the lowest level that's acceptable.
No, in fact, per our general plan, and it's been a long-standing for decades, level of service D, and in special cases could even go to E, but we're not there. So level of service D is still acceptable.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
Commissioner Blackwell?
Yes. Hi, Tom. Good to see you. It's been a while.
Hello.
This is very interesting subject matter. I find it anyway, because our the way we are living has been impacted in all areas as related to COVID. And I'm wondering, this report that was conducted with projections reaching out all the way out to 2045, was that inclusive of like current, how we live today? I mean, was there a consideration to, how organization has changed, how business is done remotely, and what has settled in, and what is likely going to go back to the way it used to be? Like, what percentage of our time is actually going to be spent in our cars? Was the report considering that at all?
I don't think so. And again, the county may want to correct me if I misspeak, but really the traffic and forecast traffic volumes are based on established trip generators. When you look at, future projected traffic levels, I don't think models are so fine as to make guesses about the level of, for example, telecommuting or what habits may be happening a few decades out in the future. Again, the county may have more to add, but I think it's really based on expected trip generation and regional traffic movement. And I see Nardi getting on there, and so she may have more to add.
That's great. Thanks, Tom. I think that when the dust settles, I think, the discussion should continue, as we are, and I won't get into, any further discussion beyond my question to you, and that was whether or not there was consideration made. A lot of these studies are using age data, and a lot of work had gone into that in previous years. This COVID has really sort of surprised us all, and it's hard to, I can imagine almost unimaginable for a traffic engineer to go back and recalculate the math based on uncertainty. So, we're talking about math here, we're talking about real information, but the real information that we're looking at is information that may not be characteristic of where we land when, as I say it, so to speak, as the dust settles, as we emerge from COVID and there's a realignment of how people live, how we do business. And I have to say, more than ever, almost everybody I know has been impacted by COVID, and it's seemingly, it's appearing to be a more permanent approach to the way business is done, which has a direct impact on how we travel, how we use our cars and when. I got in my car, and I'll save this for more discussion during Planning Commission.
Yeah, if there's, Michael, if there's not a question, then why don't we hear the public comment, and you can make your comments during discussion.
There was just one last piece to that, Jim, thank you. And that was for Tom. Our report that we're looking at now was considering growth and usage based on data that came in before COVID, correct?
I'm pretty sure that's correct, yes.
Okay, that's important. Thank you very much.
Okay. I don't see any other questions, so I will open up the public hearing. Gabriel, do we have any public comment to read for the live session?
We do have one letter. Chris, would you be able to read that letter that we received?
I can pull it up in just a minute.
Okay, you know what? I have it right here, so I'll just read it then. Okay, this letter is dated January 20th from Transportation Corridor Agencies. The letter reads, Dear Mr. Wright, the Foothill Eastern Transportation Corridor Agencies has received and reviewed the referral to entities for the proposed general plan and specific plan amendments in the city of San Clemente, and appreciates the opportunity to provide comments. The proposed general plan amendment GPA 20-011 and specific plan amendment 20-393 include roadway reclassifications for various approved and/or complete city street rehabilitation projects. The amendments also include the removal of general plan and specific references to State Route 241 toll road extension alignments previously referred to as the green alignment, initially designed to skirt the eastern perimeter of San Clemente, but not approach into San Clemente open spaces, since the alignment has been abandoned. To avoid confusion in the future, the FETCA would like to clarify its position on this issue. First, as opposed to abandoning the green alignment in 2016, after numerous decisions by federal and state regulatory environmental agencies, and over a decade of litigation, FETCA recognized that the green alignment was practically and legally infeasible. While infeasibility and abandonment can sometimes result in the same practical outcome, the terms have vastly different meanings, and in this case, there was no abandonment. Further, the agency's infeasibility conclusion was reaffirmed in 2020 when the legislature passed Assembly Bill 1426, which confirmed that the green alignment could not be constructed. With respect to alternative routes, as you know, the agency initiated a process in 2016 to obtain, study, and evaluate ideas for addressing the mobility issues in South Orange County. This effort was eventually called the South County Traffic Relief Effort, and over 20 different ideas were evaluated as a result of this process. In March of 2020, the agency concluded its participation in the South County Traffic Relief Effort environmental process advancing alternative 22 and the no build alternative for further environmental study by the County of Orange. It is our understanding that the city is now participating in that continued process, which we fully support. While the agency's actions in March were the culmination of a robust multi-year public collaboration and technical screening process, it is important to note that the planned and potential development in the county, notably the southeastern portions, may warrant the region's consideration of transportation needs. These types of consideration are critical to avoid imbalanced burdens on any particular city and the continuation of South Orange County's quality of life and economic prosperity. We request the city to provide the undersigned with a notice of any public meeting or proposed action by the city regarding the general plan and specific plan amendments, along with any other forthcoming documentation. TCA appreciates the opportunity to provide input into your planning process. If you have questions or require additional information, please do not hesitate to contact me, 949-754-3488 or via email at dspeirs@thetollroads.com. Sincerely, David Spears, Chief Engineer and Environmental Planning Officer. That's the end of the letter, and that's the letter we received.
Okay, thank you. So I'll close the public hearing and open this up for any planning commission discussion. Commissioner Wu?
I don't have much to discuss. I fully support this resolution, so I'm ready to make a motion.
I agree.
Commissioner Brown?
I agree. I support it. You know, it's every road to one is real for us in the city, and of course, Los Padrones will be in the future. In the EIR, so it's fairly complete on that. So I'm supportive of the entire motion.
Commissioner Blackwell?
Yes, thank you. I am in support of this proposal. However, I did want to note that, you know, it should be something that we all think about in decision making, as you know, as things have changed in our way of life, the way we use our vehicles, the way we, you know, travel, all very important. And it's a big thing to wrap our mind around. And I don't think that we're going to solve it tonight or at next month's meeting, but it's certainly something I think it's going to be a point of discussion and important to consider.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other comment. Is there a motion?
Yes, I move to approve the resolution number PC 21-001, a resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of San Clemente, California, recommending the City Council approve General Plan Amendment 20-011 roadway system update, an update to roadway classification for consistency with Orange County Master Plan of arterial highways and removal of references to the abandoned State Route 241 toll road extension and making associated sequel findings.
Second.
Motion by Wu, second by Kozinski. I'll call the roll. Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Crandall?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Commissioner Blackwell?
Aye.
Commissioner Kozinski?
Aye.
And Rulon votes aye, passes unanimously. Okay. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
And thanks to the county too for being here.
Our next item, 8B, 1531 North El Camino Real Public House. Stephanie, would you please take us through that one?
Good evening, Chair Rulon and members of the Planning Commission. I do have a PowerPoint presentation also, so I'm going to give IT just a moment to get that ready and up on the screen. Okay, wonderful. Next slide, please. Okay, the site is located in the North El Camino Real mixed-use zone within the architectural, central business, and coastal overlay districts. It includes 2 parcels totaling about 20,000 square feet. And the site has 3 frontages on North El Camino Real, Calle de los Molinos, and Los Obreros Lane, which is an alley. Next slide, please. The property contains a commercial building approximately 7,500 square feet in area. The ground and basement floors were previously occupied by San Clemente Art Supply and Framing, which operated at the location over the past 16 years. Multiple one-story additions were constructed on the rear of the building between 1946 and 2012. This includes approvals granted by the Planning Commission in 2006 and 2012 for 2 additions totaling 1,800 square feet. The site is on the city's local register of historic properties. It was designed by Virgil Westbrook in 1926 and is believed to be San Clemente's first ceramic studio. And I do want to clarify that only the original 2-story portion of the property constitutes the historic structure. The remaining portions of the building, including those additions, were constructed outside of the period of significance. Next slide, please. The project includes conditional use permit and minor cultural heritage permit applications. The scope of each application is listed on this slide. The CUP requests to establish a special events venue with a maximum of 150 guests. This would be the primary and most intensive use on the site. The CUP also includes requests for a cafe, accessory church services, live entertainment with amplified sound, full alcohol service, and valet parking operations. The MCHP application requests the addition of an outdoor courtyard wall up to 7 feet in height. This is the most substantial site change requested as part of the application. And additionally, minor modifications are proposed to the exterior building facade and site itself. Next slide, please. As stated multiple times in your staff report, this is a multi-use facility. The applicant proposes several different uses on the ground floor, which have different operational hours so that only one use would occupy the ground floor at any given time. In general, the cafe would operate in the daytime, the special events venue would operate in the evenings, and accessory church services are proposed on Sunday mornings. The maximum occupancy of each use is limited by the city's parking ratios and available parking. So with the use of valet parking for special events of more than 100 guests, the project complies with the city's parking requirements, and therefore parking waivers are not being requested. Please also note that the zoning code has a stricter parking requirement for churches, and that's the reason why the maximum occupancy for that use is a little bit lower. Next slide, please. Okay, so a stucco wall, let me see, I kind of mixed up some of my notes. So, excuse me. The minor cultural heritage permit application was reviewed by the Design Review Subcommittee on September 9th, 2020. DRC recommended approval of the project design, but requested staff to work with applicant on specific concerns, including potential impacts to the historic structure. The project was reviewed by the city's historic preservation consultant, who found that the project complies with the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties. Regarding the wall, the consultant found that it does not obscure views of the primary street elevation, and it would not further obstruct views of the side elevation due to the existing dense landscaping. Staff is recommending addition of condition 7.26, which is stated on this slide. And this condition was actually discussed during the DRC meeting, but was accidentally excluded from the draft resolution. The applicant has reviewed this condition and is amenable to it. Next slide, please. So the next 2 slides provide our exhibits that provide visual illustrations of the proposed wall and the proposed improvements. So again, as you can see here, the stucco wall would be installed around the courtyard to provide privacy for guests using the special events venue, while also creating a noise buffer from surrounding land uses. The wall does include sliding pocket doors along El Camino Real and along the side elevations. And as stated in that condition of approval, the applicant does agree to keep those sliding doors open during cafe hours to create an open, inviting outdoor patio and generally encourage pedestrian activity. The doors would only be closed during event hours or when privacy is specifically needed during those event hours. Next slide, please. Let me see. The proposed outdoor improvements are intended to convert the landscaped area into a usable and functional enclosed courtyard. Or overgrown vegetation would be removed, and decorative hardscape, new landscaping, and other courtyard amenities would also be installed to create an outdoor atmosphere. On this slide, it shows a side-by-side comparison of the existing street view facing north El Camino Real, as well as a proposed elevation of what the site would look like with the inclusion of the new outdoor courtyard wall. In the rear, you could see the non-historic rear addition a little bit more visible from the street now that the applicant is proposing to raise the height of the overall building roof. Next slide, please. Okay, and last part of the minor cultural heritage permit application. This is that existing single-story building located at the rear of the property. Again, to clarify, this is non-historic, and it was later constructed outside of the period of significance. So compared to the primary building, this rear building contains a very simple design with very minimal architectural features and very little visual interest. So the applicant is proposing significant exterior modifications to make it a more prominent architectural feature of the property. They are proposing to use Spanish colonial revival architecture. And overall, they would be replacing the flat roof with a side gable roof with two-piece clay tiles, and the building height would be extended to better complement the attached two-story building. Next slide, please. Okay, so moving on to the CUP application, the next few slides summarize the analysis section of the staff report. The project complies with the city's parking requirements with, again, including the use of valet parking. A local valet operator reviewed the parking lot and determined that up to 35 vehicles can be stored on site. The zoning code requires parking for 30 vehicles. The revised site plan eliminates the site's alley access as a result of DMT comments. Specifically, the parking lot was brought up to code with current engineering standards, and a trash enclosure is being installed to conceal waste bins. Staff is recommending inclusion of condition 7.17. This condition states that in the event that the project causes traffic circulation issues in the future, the business owner shall be required to meet with city staff and propose solutions to mitigate those issues, such as increasing the number of valet attendants. Any proposed traffic solutions are subject to city engineer's review, who may also elevate those proposals to the zoning administrator for final approval. Next slide, please. The applicant submitted a valet operations plan, which is provided as attachment 8 and illustrated here. Each special event would be staffed by 4 parking attendants who would be stationed at different locations on the property upon the guest's arrival. Staff was concerned about the number of vehicles entering the driveway, which could cause vehicle backup onto South El Camino Real. Therefore, the applicant is proposing to split guests into 2 different arrival zones, which are illustrated on this image. And guests would be directed into those different arrival zones, depending on whether they're traveling northbound or southbound on South El Camino Real. Staff is supportive of the proposed valet services as it addresses the city's primary concerns related to diverting vehicles away from El Camino Real. Next slide, please. The applicant hired an acoustical consultant to prepare a noise study. The study evaluated 5 different operational scenarios based on the different uses proposed at the building. Noise measurements were taken from the nearest residential uses as well as the neighboring hotel. And overall, the study concluded that the project would comply with the city's noise standards, and it found that the proposed courtyard wall would reduce noise by about 1 to 5 decibel levels. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, can you back up? I missed a couple of other things that I just wanted to bring up. Okay, thank you. The applicant did also prepare a public safety and operations report summarizing various aspects of the facility's operations, including their proposal to use security guards and a host to help manage daily operations of the special events venue. I do also want to note that that report was reviewed by code enforcement and police services staff, who did not find that the project would create unsafe conditions in the area. Consistent with other CUP applications, staff recommends inclusion of condition 1.7, requiring the CUP to be reviewed by the Planning Commission after 1 year of the special event being in operation. To clarify, this review would not automatically grant the Planning Commission the authority to revoke or amend the CUP. Rather, this is used as a monitoring tool to allow staff to report to the Planning Commission on whether any public complaints were received and to overall ensure that the conditions of approval are being met. Next slide, please. Numerous public comments were received, which were either attached to the staff report or emailed to the planning commissioners after the distribution of the packet. Because most of those comments were submitted by email, staff is recommending reading each letter into the record. So overall, in summary, the project represents an adaptive reuse of a historic building that fills a community need. The proposed uses are consistent with the goals of the general plan and bring much needed pedestrian activity to the North Beach area. The MCHP application focuses on creating a functional outdoor space from the existing underutilized landscape area. And several attachments to the staff report, including the noise study and the historic preservation analysis, provide substantive evidence demonstrating that the project complies with local and federal standards. Several conditions of approval are included in the draft resolution to address ongoing business operations in the future and to help maintain views of the historic structure. Next slide, please. Staff recommends approval of the project, and we recommend the addition of condition 7.26, which is listed on this slide, relating to keeping the sliding doors open during outside of special event hours. This concludes staff's presentation. I do want to let the commissioners know that the applicant team is present for this meeting. So joining us on the call today are the owner's representative, Jim Holloway, the architect, Allura Aguilera with A2 Design, tenants Eric Bowman and Boogie Rose, and landscape architect, Scott Neiman with RRM Design. The applicant team prepared some comments and they requested to start with Mr. Holloway whenever you're ready to open up the public comment period.
Okay, thank you. Well, the applicant does have up to 10 minutes to speak, and usually in normal circumstances, we have them speak after staff. So why don't we, if the applicant wants to speak, why don't we begin their 10 minutes?
Okay, I'll try to make it as concise as possible. San Clemente is the Spanish village by the sea. It's a great vision. One of the keys to achieving and preserving this vision is the adaptive reuse of our historic and cultural resources. The concept of revitalization and adaptive reuse requires flexibility and creativity. This is especially true when trying to satisfy 21st century functional requirements: grease traps, fire codes, plumbing, waste disposal, parking, etc. is a challenge on historic sites. Today, we also have neighborhood concerns. For example, amplified sound and noise, which has been studied for this project. Finally, the new adaptive use has to be a viable business in today's economy. Think about the El Adobe in San Juan Capistrano. It started out as a stagecoach stop with a hitching post and outdoor plumbing. Today, it's a successful restaurant and event center with a parking lot and indoor plumbing. There are, of course, many recent examples that are local as well. The San Clemente boasts the Casa Romanica, the casino, the Miramar, and the Ole Hansen Beach Club, all hosting special events. We should be thankful that we have the Historic Society that keeps records and voices, and it is a voice for presentation. However, I am very disappointed by the recent email blast sent to Historical Society members. I believe it's disingenuous and full of inaccuracies. The email blast says the 7-foot high wall around the garden is unacceptable. The wall partly hides the building. The email blast shows a photo of the current building largely obscured by vegetation, but fails to provide our graphic illustrations that show the restored building, landscaping, and patio. Our illustrations clearly demonstrate a design that is very visible and open to the public. The email blast goes on to say we could not find high walls along El Camino Real. This language is meant to cause alarm and concern and is not justified. Actually, the facts are that the entire business section of North and South El Camino is zoned commercial. Currently, this area is predominantly 1- and 2-story buildings. There's a 3-story building across the street. A typical 1-story building is at least 9 feet high. Most of these existing commercial buildings have a 0 front yard front setback per code. Now, our proposed 7-foot high patio wall is only a little over 20 feet from door to door opening along a 165-foot long project frontage on El Camino Real. This is not even close to being out of scale. Again, the plans, elevations, drawings clearly prove this point. Unfortunately, it is not apparent that this important information was shared with Historical Society members prior to them sending emails to the Planning Commission. Next, let's consider the casino, Casa, Ole Hansen Beach Club, and El Adobe in San Juan Capistrano, all local cultural resources. All have employed multi-use business plans to achieve economic viability. A major feature and a major economic engine of each of these operations is meeting the demand for wedding venues. With one exception, all of these venues have walls. The Casa Romanica wall surrounds the interior courtyard. The section of wall that has the iconic keynote or keyhole entrance includes a courting window. It's just a charming feature of the design. The casino has walls around two patios, the back patio and the front patio of the stars. El Adobe has a tall, long, vine-covered wall. All of these venues are successful and offer privacy and intimacy for wedding parties and noise containment for the surrounding neighborhoods. The one exception mentioned earlier is that the Ole Hansen Beach Club, which also hosts many special events and weddings, does receive a lot of noise complaints. And it's no small coincidence that the Ole Hansen Beach Club special events are not screened by a wall. Speaking of noise, that's a good segue to the September 13th letter sent by the Historical Society. Besides complaints about the wall, the Historical Society letter suggests that noise may be an issue. Well, that's ironic because the wall is part of the solution to deal with noise. At the city's request, we prepared a professional noise study. The noise study concludes that overlapping design features and overlapping operational management will result in compliance with the city's noise ordinance. The noise study is extensive, but there's a way to sum it up with a couple of key features. All the doors and windows of the buildings face away from residential areas, much like the doors and windows at the casino face away from the residential areas and toward the 7-Eleven. That design feature alone is very significant and mitigates potential noise impacts from our project. The second point is the gates that surround the patio wall have openings as well, but those openings also point away from the residential areas and is another feature which the noise consultant identified as essential for noise containment. And finally, for all major nighttime events, all the doors and windows of the buildings and all the sliding patio gates will be closed to further contain the joyous sounds of weddings and events. In that September 13th letter from the Historical Society, they also mentioned that parking may be a concern. That also is very ironic. Parking waivers for historic structures are one of the most powerful tools for cultural resource preservation. Without that parking waiver ability, many of the city's iconic buildings would not be able to operate as they currently do. The Casa Romanica uses waivers and off-site valet parking. The casino has 7 on-site spaces and 64 parking waivers. The Miramar has no on-site parking and waivers for 94 spaces. In contrast to the misinformation circulated by the Historical Society about waivers for this project, we are not asking for any waivers. We will provide parking on site for all uses, including the cafe, office, church, and special events. When we have between 100 and 150 guests for special events, we will valet park all our vehicles on site as opposed to off site. I hate to end on a negative note, but the disingenuous and misleading information put out by the Historical Society should give great pause to businesses and property owners wishing to cooperate in the establishment of a historic district in North Beach. I said I hate to end on a negative note, so I won't. This is a great project that's been very thoroughly vetted. It will be a significant catalyst to the ongoing revitalization of North Beach. This is a historic site and therefore eligible for parking waivers and other considerations. However, we ask for no waivers, no exceptions, no special considerations for this project. We will advance many of the general plan policies for North Beach and for cultural resource preservation. We comply with all zoning standards, including height, setback, and FAR. Therefore, we hope and anticipate a unanimous Planning Commission approval for this project. Thank you. And I would like to introduce, if we run out of time, I definitely want to get Boogie Rose's vision for this and Eric Bowman's, very concise but important take on what's a viable business and what's it take to maintain new businesses in historic structures. And of course, Alora Aguilera with comments she has about the architectural details.
Okay, you've got just a couple minutes left on your 10 minutes.
Hi, I'm Alora. Oh, hi, I'm Alora Aguilera, architect at A2 Design. I'm also a local resident of San Clemente, and I'll be brief, but I just want to stress that this is a beautiful project and it's an opportunity to draw pedestrians to the area. The courtyard that we're creating is in keeping with Henry Lenny design guidelines. There's a section that depicts courtyards adjacent to public sidewalks as a desired objective for building street edge configurations. And we are opening up that corner significantly. In addition, DRSC had commented on the alley. We have made gestures to improve the alley conditions. And a lot of that's in the staff report, but we're restuccoing, we're removing some ABS piping, changing out all the aluminum windows and doors along that side as well. We did address all of the DRSC comments. In addition, we're adding a roof overhang, updating paint, dark stained rustic wood doors with clavos and decorative hinges. And I'll just wrap it up. Your support will generate a place for the people of San Clemente. It will enhance this historic structure, engage pedestrians, open up views, and help revitalize North Beach. So we ask for your support. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And we're through with the 10 minutes of the applicant presentation. So thank you.
Really,
Stephanie, I'm sorry.
The applicants, the principal applicants, they've been working on this project for over an hour, or for over a year. Sorry about that. Can we just have a couple minutes for Boogie Rose, who has a vision for this project? He will be concise, but after a year, I would really ask for a couple minutes for Boogie Rose.
Okay, let's keep it to a couple of minutes. I'm sure we have a lot. I know we have a lot of public comment as well that we want to cover. So
thank you.
Please go ahead, Mr. Rose.
Thank you so much for giving us, Eric and I, some extra time. We're from San Clemente. Everybody on our team is from San Clemente. We're not a development team from outside. And because we're from San Clemente, we know the Art Supply building is living history. So when it became available, we talked with Richard and Patty, shared our vision, and they wanted something for the community. They heard what we were sharing. And so we agreed that we want to create a place for the people. Another way to look at this is a privately funded gathering place. But those kind of ideas don't pay the bills. So we had to come up with a business plan to pay the lease. So we came up with the idea of a place for events, for weddings, for businesses to meet during the day. And then that will free us up to do what we want to do, which is create an atmosphere for food, the arts, and for people to get together. So, our ultimate goal was, to create this place for the people, but it has to be sustainable. And that's why when all these discussions about the walls come up, it's difficult to understand because we're from San Clemente. We see walls at all Spanish colonial spaces. But we, before we even brought it to the city, wanted the doors to open because we want people to see what's inside, because we're very proud of this space and we want them to appreciate it. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to share, and we're excited to hear what you think.
Okay. Thank you. Stephanie, anything? I assume the staff presentation is complete as well, yes? Okay, very good then. I will open this up for questions of staff and the applicant. Bart, did you have questions?
Yeah, Stephanie, could you walk the commissioners and staff through the full approval process this has to go through, as far as going through design review, commission, coastal, back to commission, and city council. So in other words, will this be the last time planning commission sees this project?
In short, yes, it would be, unless this project is appeal, or if this item is, or if one of the city council members requests to review this item. The planning commission is typically the final review body for conditional use permit applications.
So after coastal commission, it will not come back to commission.
That is correct.
Very good. I wanted to also just clarify what design review did for this project. They were a very good client to work with. We did want to move this project along, so it hasn't been reviewed quite as closely as sometimes we do, because they do have to go through the long process of coastal commission. And we worked with the applicant and gave staff some leeway on reviewing the openings and whatnot. And I want to compliment them that they worked very hard with the applicant to do it. And so if you have questions on design review and the cultural heritage permit, we can all discuss that during the discussion portion rather than during this presentation portion. So that's my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Blackwell.
Yes, thank you, Jim. Hi, Stephanie. Great presentation on a very nice project. So as part of the design review subcommittee, I did sit through at least one review of this project, and I am happy to see the applicant has taken some of those comments to heart and reflected that in the design. I have some questions about some of the design components and parking. In a couple of the elevations of the renderings that are great to see, I wish we saw more of this with development projects, the before and after, you know, the renderings, the photo simulations, if you will. These are more artistic renderings than they are photo simulations, but I see that there is a power pole that's in the alley, and that power pole is removed in one of the after depictions. Is that power pole that would be at the left, I guess it'd be the southeast corner of the property in the alleyway, is that intended to be removed, undergrounded?
Commissioner Blackwell, thank you for the question. I know that question did specifically come up during the design review of the project, but no, the applicant is not proposing to remove that overground utility pole. That was something that we followed up with engineering staff to ask, you know, what exactly would be the thresholds to trigger requiring those overhead utility poles to be undergrounded. And I was remiss to not also introduce my fellow staff members that are on this on the call with us today, but I do have Zach Ponson representing development engineering in our public works department, as well as Adam Atamian. He is our code compliance manager. So if you do have any specific questions, feel free to direct it to those staff members as well. But in short, they are not proposing to remove that. That was likely just removed from the rendering for, you know, aesthetic purposes.
Okay. I do want some more information on that, and I'm glad that other staff members are available to expound on that. It's an important piece that, as you mentioned, was a point of discussion, design review subcommittee level. So we'll put a pin in that one. The reciprocal parking, I have a note on that. So I noticed in the staff report there's a plan for valet parking during certain events and certain capacity thresholds that would trigger additional planning. That's all great, but what I'm more concerned about is, you know, where the cars are going to go. Yeah, you know, it's great that we have an upper limit to our parking capacities during larger events. We've got a condition for parking mitigation with valet personnel on site, but where the cars are going to go, where are they going to put them all?
So that is a great question again. I'm hoping that Zach would be able to tag team that question with me. But that was something that we did review extensively during the DMT review period. And I mean, ultimately, I would say that our largest concern was that with the elimination of the alley secondary driveway, that, you know, we're going to have a bunch of cars showing up at the same time. And so, you know, really, there are only so many different solutions that we could propose, you know, given the current configuration of the site. And so we felt that the best solution just to be able to, you know, divert some of that traffic and to break it up was by allowing the applicant to work with their valet parking management company to split up cars between the two different arrival areas. So yes, it is a concern, and that is the reason why we are including condition of approval. I forget the exact number in front of me, but we are including that condition that allows staff to continue to monitor it and to continue working with the applicant and the tenants in the future should issues arise. I would say that given the unique operations of a special events facility, it is always hard to predict with 100% certainty how exactly it's going to affect the traffic flow. So it is really important to make sure that we include conditions of approval and that we have a responsible business owner that's willing to work with the city should those issues arrive in the future.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. But just to be clear, we have no final mitigation plan, or we have no final plan. We don't know where the cars are going to go. We don't have a reciprocal agreement. The applicant has not provided us an alternative to parking overflows and impacts to the city on El Camino Real, other than the valet. That's it. That's where it stops. And then a revisit by staff at a future date. Correct?
Mm-hmm. You know, one thing I do want to clarify is that even though the applicant is not requesting any parking waivers, they did take the liberty of conducting their own informal parking survey of the Los Molinos area, as well as street parking available on El Camino Real immediately adjacent to the building. And that was included within one of your attachments. And overall, what they found was that during the peak operational hours for the special events venue, there was over 50% of available street parking on Los Molinos would be available in the late afternoon and evening. So, you know, while that is not something that we were required to do, and it's not a specific contingency plan that they're, you know, putting forth and proposing, I do want to make it known that there is street parking available in the immediate vicinity.
Okay, so there's parking available in the late afternoon and evening, which we now have some relevant data here that gives us some relief that's not been committed to, but we have, you know, as a courtesy, applicant has provided that information. So anything before late afternoon and evening would be considered a possible impact along that area of right of way. Should there be a customer that wants to hold a wedding ceremony or some larger, you know, group type ceremony there before those hours, there could potentially be an impact to traffic flows, correct?
Commissioner Blackwell, could you clarify your question, please?
Well, we have the applicants as a courtesy provided sort of a loose study on, you know, usage in that area and has identified, you know, parking availability. So there's available parking after late afternoon, early evening hours. So that was noted in the application package. But before that time, we don't have any information that tells us there would be a surplus of available parking before late afternoon and early evening. So my question was, during the event, in an event that there is an event before those hours, that would cause an overflow to the available parking on site. We don't have a plan. We don't have a place that has been documented for those cars. We simply have a valet parking, you know, staffing plan, which is great, but we don't know where the cars are going to go. And we have not demonstrated there is a surplus of parking to accommodate, which could cause an impact to the area. That was my question.
Mm-hmm.
I can clarify that if you'd like.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, there's a couple of points, Commissioner Blackwell. There's an exhibit in your packet that shows, well, bottom line and working back up, all parking, valet parking, or all the other parking will be accommodated on site by code. That's the starting point. There's an exhibit in your packet that shows that the professional valet parking company has shown that you can valet park 35 cars on our on-site parking lot. We only need 30 cars by code. But to go to your, I think maybe the most important point, by condition, there will be no overlap of special events with any of the other uses. And that's why there's time matrices incorporated into the conditions of approval, so that the scenario where you would have a special event and cafe use, for instance, at the same time simply won't occur because of the conditions of approval and frankly, the whole business plan. We don't want that kind of mixing of different types of guest profiles at any rate. So hopefully that answers some of your questions.
Yeah, thank you, Jim, for that. I was just merely considering, the facts have been presented into the record, and there's been an acknowledgement of existing surplus of parking after hours. And it implies to me that in the event that there is the venue is utilized by a customer, that they should have an excess of what is allowed or what the property can accommodate, that there would be a place for those cars to go. And the direct connect, the connect the dot, if you will, was after hours, late afternoon, early evening. I was merely asking staff what has been done in terms of thought process and planning for those situations where we've got an event that has a surplus of, the user base is greater than the capacity of the property, where the car is going to go.
They'll go on site on the on-site parking space. We meet code for the cafe use, and then the cafe use ends, and then we meet code for the office use, and then the office use ends. And then on Sundays, we meet code for the church use on site, and then that use ends. And then we meet code either through self-parking for guest events under 100 people, or for guests of 100 to 150, we will have valet parking, but on site.
Okay, so the valet park, so there'll be an upper limit, Jim, and
yes,
there'll be an upper limit to what the owners can accept. So there'll be, once they sell out, that's it. They're not going to keep stacking, tickets on there and then parking available.
No, and that's a function of not only parking, but also the table seating plan and the building code. It all kind of, we kind of worked an iterative process where how much can you park, what's the occupancy load by the building code. And we came up, the Bear Room, which is the interior main event room, has a seating capacity of 150 people. Mm-hmm. And we can park per code the requirement for 150 people using valet parking on site.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. And Stephanie, just to be clear, this property is included in the recently approved North Beach Historic District, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Fantastic. Great work, by the way, by staff on that. Okay, so we had that, the permit. So my last question, Stephanie, is on the gates, which was another deeper point of discussion at Design Review Subcommittee level. The gates, if you will, along the I guess they're gates that will open up during times of non-use. To me, that means if there's no event, the gates remain open, and we're going to have substantial viewing opportunities for this historic property. So that's the point of this, is so that we don't obscure the view of the historic structure, at least from the point of view, the perspective that was used in the illustrations in the application package. There are other points of view, and other points of view offer even more perspective. But these gates, how are we going to know, and how are we going to manage that from a city's perspective? So what if the gates get old and the property owner decides it's just a pain in the butt to close them, and after a while they just stop closing them? Are we going to rely on code enforcement, or is there going to be any sort of management tool, maybe through a per event license, that we would go out and review the property, look at the property, inspect it, and then post event go out and inspect again? Is there going to be some measure in place to ensure that?
Stephanie, if you want, I can answer that.
Sure. Yeah, I was hoping actually that the applicant could speak to that.
It's actually one of the reasons we put the gates in, we put them in where we put them in, is if you look at some of the really successful coffee places, Moulin, Cafe Calypso, Bear Coast down in the Pier Bowl area, and any kind of coffee house, we absolutely want the public to be able to see into our cafe venue in the daytime. So it's absolutely in our interest to have these gates open as much as possible, so that the public, it's a form of advertising, and it's a form of creating a pleasant atmosphere for the coffee and lunch crowd. So it's absolutely in our interest to have that exposure when a special event isn't occurring.
Okay, fantastic. Would the applicant be willing to expand along that front facade, expand the opening? Because right now the gate, that portion of the gate is just the corner that opens up and provides visibility, but only from one perspective really. And that would be, I guess, southbound in El Camino Real. You'll get a good line of sight through the glass. However, if we can reference the proposed south elevation on the renderings and on the drawings, the color renderings and drawings, it shows that approximately 1/3 of that wall would be opened up for line of sight. Would the applicant be willing to open that up further, like say, at or beyond the 50% range of that wall? And if not, why not?
Well,
Speak to that. Oh,
wait a second. Okay, I thought I muted. We've discussed this back and forth, and I don't know what the team would say, but I would like to point out it's been referred to in some of the comments that you may be getting as the Great Wall. It's 20 feet from one door opening to the other door opening. The door opening to the gate, it's a little over 20 feet. It's 7 feet high on a frontage that is 165 feet. It's not that much. It's not a great wall, and it's going to have landscaping in front of it. I'm just hard pressed to. I think it's really been kind of blown out of proportion, in my opinion. And again, we haven't discussed that. Well, we've discussed it a lot, but I'm not prepared to speak for the whole group.
Well, thank you, Mr. Holloway. It was a point of discussion. The design review subcommittee members of the committee had expressed pretty deep concern about the wall in general. So the compromise was that there'd be some design revisions to that wall to allow that open line of sight. Whether it's blown out of proportion or not, it was still a concern. And
I really apologize. I do not mean that it was blown out of proportion by the DRSC. I think some of the recent literature put out by the Historical Society calling it the Great Wall, that's quite the exaggeration, in my opinion.
Okay, understood. Thank you. We do rely on experts in the area, historic preservation.
Michael, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you because you had over 15 minutes so far. I just wanted to make sure that other members have their chance to ask questions as well. And if you've got more questions, I'm happy to circle back to you, but let me just finish with everyone else.
And I do have one more. Thanks.
So Commissioner Kozinski.
Yeah, I was gonna just, I was a little confused about this wall. What I'm looking at, one of the renderings, it looks like there's a glass on the wall. Is that what you're proposing, or is it just going to be a solid wall? Looking at the building from El Camino Real.
This is a solid, it's a stucco wall, white stucco wall. And I just wanted to quickly mention that there's a water feature and a place for these doors to pocket into. So that kind of locks in the size of what is wall space and what is door space. I just want
Okay.
to.
So just to be clear, this right here, let's see, I'll hold it up. This isn't glass where you could, it looks like you could see through it.
That's the doors open. So there are these rustic wooden doors that they're going to have that Spanish articulation. These are going to pocket into that wall. So the solid white stucco portion to the left of that, and basically in this corner condition, that entire corner is going to open up and pocket.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. I did have something, a few questions on noise, and I'm a little confused. I'm looking at the noise ordinance, and the noise levels, allowable noise levels are between 60 decibels and 65 decibels A. And then I'm looking at what was taking on the monitoring. And the monitoring looks like the normal noise in that area is around 67, as high as in the 90s sometimes. And in the report, you're looking at mitigating noise down to 72. I mean, can you talk about that a little bit, Stephanie, or it seems to be disconnected, like you're setting the applicant up for failure.
Thanks for the question, Commissioner Kaczynski. I actually had a similar question when I was first reviewing the noise study, and I was having difficulty understanding how if those noise levels were already exceeding what was in the zoning code, how does it comply? And what the applicant explained to me is that that noise level being measured is strictly noise coming from the source, not considering any of the existing conditions of the site. So it doesn't take into consideration any noise coming from traffic, from pedestrians, from other businesses, and so forth. That's considered ambient noise. So when you're just looking at the noise source itself, those numbers that are listed in the noise study, that's the numbers that are measured. But once you start taking into consideration the background ambient noise, specifically vehicular traffic on El Camino Real, the actual noise that's being generated does come down. I'm probably not explaining it in the most technical way, but that when you do take into consideration this ambient noise, and in some cases it already exceeds, the decibel levels within the noise study, it does demonstrate that it is not exceeding the allowable noise levels within our noise ordinance.
Oh, okay. And they're looking at having amplified music there also. Is that till 11 o'clock at night for special events?
Let me see, I'm just pulling up, I don't remember the exact operational hours, but one thing I do want to clarify is that we, for the purposes of the staff report, we do have to call it amplified noise because the way that amplified sound is defined within the municipal code, it essentially considers anything coming out of a speaker to be amplified noise. So that could even include non-live background music, really intended more for setting an atmosphere. So I do want to clarify that the outdoor amplified noise that's being proposed on site is really just that. It's really intended to be background non-live music outdoors, typically something in the background of a wedding ceremony so that you can still speak at a normal conversational level. And the traditional amplified noise that you think of, blasting through the speakers with a DJ and dancing and all of that, that's only proposed indoors inside of what they call the bare room.
Okay. All right, so my concern that we're setting up the applicant for failure here with this noise, it is not justified, correct?
No, that I would agree that staff did review the noise study and did appropriately vet it and does concur with the conclusions within the noise study.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions. What is going to happen to the monument sign that's currently there? Is that going to be used by the current applicant? I don't see it in any of the renderings.
I'd actually like to defer that question over to one of the members of the applicant team. That was a question that came up during DRSC review. And essentially what was communicated to staff is that right now they don't have specific plans for the design of the sign and that they requested to kind of defer decisions regarding building and monument signage until a later time.
So, but their plan is to keep the monument sign? They're going to leave the monument sign there and be blank until they figure out?
You know, unfortunately, I
What their
don't
signage-
have that answer for you, Chair Rulin. If you don't mind, I'd like to defer that question to the applicant team.
Of course.
Yeah, hi. Yes, so there will be new signage proposed. They're still working with the graphics and the logo for that, but we will be adding that at a later date.
But it will be on the monument. You are planning to make use of the monument sign.
Are you referring to
Is that correct?
right at the existing drive aisle access, the signage?
Yeah, right next to the drive aisle access, there's a monument sign on the street on El Camino Real.
There will be a new monument sign. Yes.
A new monument sign.
Using that same sign. There'll likely be a new monument sign.
So that will be a separate sign permit with a monument sign application. Do I understand that right?
Correct.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Another question I had about the wall, the architecture of the wall. One of the tricky things we always have with these is you're supposed to do something consistent with the existing building, but it also needs to be distinct. So you can point and say that's the historic resource and that's not. And maybe I'm guessing probably the architect could answer this best. Could you describe any features or approaches that you took with the wall that make it distinct from, so that you can identify a distinction between that and the historical building?
Sure. Well, first, the sliding doors, those are unique to the addition. So we don't have those rustic wood Spanish door on the existing historic structure, but they're still characteristic of the Spanish colonial revival flavor. White stucco, there is white stucco in other places, but there isn't currently a courtyard wall. So we feel it's still in the flavor. It's going to act to help make this a functional space, but then adding that rustic flavor to it, and then giving also a backdrop for the landscaping as well.
Okay, great, thank you. And is the applicant at all interested in pursuing an historical preservation agreement for the tax benefits? Is that in your plans or in the cards anywhere?
We have not discussed that. As it turns out, though, I am, most of those Mills Act agreements are on residential properties, but I just happened to have been contacted by someone that wants to apply for a Mills Act on a commercial property. And I think I can discuss that, and I will discuss that with the eventual operators here, but we have not discussed that yet.
Yes.
Okay, good. And yes, please.
Chair Rulin, one thing I do want to clarify is that typically that is a decision of the property owner, and we don't have the property owner on the call today.
I understand. I will just informally encourage you to take advantage of that. I think it financially would work out for you, but I think it would also, enhance the historic value of the property as well. So,
and I will. I'm sorry. And I will. I'm sorry, Stephanie. You're absolutely right. The property owner has to apply, but there's a very strong connection between the property owner and the lessees, and they both share the same vision for this property.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Wu.
Thank you, Chair. I do have quite a few questions, so please bear with me. Stephanie, firstly, when you state that the single story is not a part of a historic structure, there is a foyer before the bedroom. Is that portion part of a historic structure?
You'll have to forgive me. I'm not too sure what specific segment of the building you're referring to. Let me just pull up the plans.
It is, I can answer that. It is that lower, that roof in the front that has the wrought iron detailing. Yes, that is part of it.
Okay. Starting from traffic, I have a question. Is it possible, or has the city engineer considered the possibility of extending the left turn or fifth lane in the middle of El Camino Real to allow some queuing on El Camino Real before they make a left into the site if they travel southbound? At the same time, that would allow people to take a left when they exit the main entry from the parking lot.
Let me defer that question to Zach Ponson in our development engineering team. Zach, are you able to answer that question for Commissioner Wu?
So it sounds like he's asking if we've tried to looked into expanding the center median area. Staff has not discussed that or looked into it, and unless Nestor's still on the phone, I don't want to speak for him in the traffic group. So I'm not aware of them looking into that.
Okay, right now, can someone make a left into the parking lot if they travel southbound?
Correct.
Center...
I did ask Nestor that. I asked Nestor that question, and we believe that the reason why it's a broken double yellow there, that allows a left turn in and a left turn out into that drive approach on El Camino Real.
Okay, well, it's just at the point it start narrowing down into double yellow lines, so it's dubious here. Also on parking, when we have a special event with 100 to 101 or 150 occupants, the operation said that we're going to have one host, 2 security guards, and 4 valet parking attendants. Where do they park their cars?
I'm going to have to defer to the applicant to answer those questions.
Right, thank you.
We didn't ask that question of the valet parking person, the operator. The name of the company is Mr. Valet Parking. So I don't know the answer to that, but if you wanted to make a condition where the valet parking attendants were not to park on site and somehow shuttle in, we'd be open to that.
Regarding the noise study identified that the closest residential use is 1520 El Camino Real across the street. So since the right of way is probably about 100 to 120 feet away. Stephanie, can you verify with me or with us that the 112 there was some Molinos is actually the closest to residential use land use. It's across the alley at about 20 feet away from the project. And I know they're apartments. So instead of 1520 across El Camino Real, this one is the closest residential property, in my viewpoint. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Commissioner Wu, that is an excellent point. I will admit that was something that staff missed in the review. Typically, when we were looking for residential, we were looking at the mixed use zones, since mixed use developments do allow for residential. So, I would clarify that, any residential along Los Molinos is considered a non-residential use. But to that end, you are correct. That would be the closest residential use. We were relying on the information that was provided by the acoustic consultant that prepared the noise study, and we, did agree with those observations based on, the general understanding that residential is in residential zones and in mixed use zones as well.
Well, both property are in mixed use zone. So there's, regarding the zoning, there's not much difference between the project I mentioned and the project across El Camino Real.
Yeah, and I will admit that the city does not have a database of residential uses through the city. So a lot of times when we are, when staff is evaluating surrounding land uses and what is considered a sensitive use, a lot of times it requires a lot of extensive investigation because we don't, maintain that list of all residences within the city. So that was something that was missed, and we do apologize for that.
Oh, no problem. A question on landscaping. The Canary Island palm tree next to the new entry into the courtyard is going to be preserved. The wall appeared to be very close to the trunk. If I look at the drawing, it's about a foot from the edge of the trunk. We know that the foundation is going to hurt the root system, and typically, we'd like to see, this is a palm tree, so we're not asking for the canopy size, but I think a 3 feet of distance is typical and a standard to avoid damage to the root system. So my question to the landscape architect is there any way you consider that the distance from the wall, from the proposed wall to the Canary Island date palm, you can actually construct it without damaging the root system, therefore the life of the tree?
Hi, this is Scott. Thank you for the question. We think that the encroachment that's going to happen for that root ball is consistent with what's usually experienced when these types of trees are transplanted at this size. So normally if you see a Canary Island date palm that's picked up out of the ground and moved, say to Disneyland or something, they'll excavate right up to the root ball and then down a bit and move it. So we think that based on the existing vegetation that's around the tree and the hardscape that's around it right now, that excavation shouldn't impact the health of the tree.
Okay. And also the street asks for 30 feet spacing between street trees. From that Canary Island tree, palm tree, to the nearest queen palm, the gap is about 80 feet. Do you consider adding, or would you consider adding any trees to be compliant to a street tree requirement, which asks for 30 feet of spacing? I know you can probably put 2 trees on both sides of the vehicle entrance.
Right. I mean, that's certainly a possibility. There's not much precluding us from planting there, but the architecturally, we think that leaving that space open to kind of celebrate that opening into the cafe and then picking up the cadence with the tighter rhythm of trees on either side is actually more favorable from a streetscape perspective. One of the comments that we got at the last presentation was to kind of thoughtfully consider how many trees are being used and where. So we've removed a couple trees on the Camino side and then preserved a few more trees on the Molino side. So we've tried to kind of create a balance with the palms going around the property right now.
Okay, thank you. Back to the traffic. The report on page 9 about the traffic and parking said that a main entrance into the parking lot is a 2-way right in, right out driveway. Zach, you just told me that people can make a left from El Camino Real and onto El Camino Real. Can you clarify that?
At least in my conversations with Nestor, he had expressed that you can turn left out of here, since that is it's a broken double yellow. And our belief is that was put in to allow the left turns in and out of these drive approaches.
Okay, then back to Stephanie. Are you proposing that this is a right turn only when people exit the parking lot?
No, I'm not proposing that. I would say that that was something that I didn't specifically discuss with traffic engineers. So I would say that that was written in error, probably because I don't understand what a broken yellow line is meant to be. I just assumed you couldn't cross that.
Does the applicant the operator needs a special event permit?
No. So since the primary or one of the uses of the site is the special events venue, as long as they comply with the conditions of approval and the operations that is described within the overall application package, the applicant would not be required to obtain any sort of separate permit approval from the city. That being said, if they did propose some sort of special event that did not comply with the conditions and exceeded the levels that were reviewed and analyzed within this overall application, then yes, they would be required to submit for a separate special activities permit.
Okay, on page 12 regarding noise, the report says, and also the acoustical engineer's report said that the 7-foot wall would reduce noise by about 1.6 to 5.2 decibel levels. What would the number be if it's 6 feet? Did any study is down by that for that?
No, staff did not request the applicant team to specifically analyze that.
Okay. Give me a second, I have no more question. On page 1 of the drawing, the office use is between 8 to 5, Monday to Friday, which requires 4 spaces. The event space for 150 seats will be scheduled between 3 to 11, requiring 30 spaces. So between 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there will be overlap between the office use and special events, and which requires more parking spaces to be provided. Jim, you just mentioned there will be no overlap. Is that just a typo, or are you willing to revise your the schedule on your office use?
Well,
special event use to
yeah,
avoid that?
good point. The special event per se would start at 5 o'clock, but we need transition time. We would close down the cafe prior to 3 o'clock and then do setup, the catering, deliveries, and that sort of thing between 3 and 5. So that's a level of detail that we didn't get into, but that's how we intend. That's how we intend to operate, though.
I thought the cafe closed at 2, and I give you 1 hour for transition.
Right, that's probably not enough. But most of the events the events will start at 5, but we need for setup and all the other things that go on in setting up an event, it would take more than an hour for sure.
Okay, so are you okay with if we change the operation schedule for the event from 3 to 11 to 5 to 11?
Well, how would you handle setup? I guess that would be my question. And would this apply? Well, that would be my question is how would you handle setup, and would that apply to weekends because the offices won't be open on weekends?
Well, I have to leave it to you because right now on the face, you have overlap.
Well, I guess what we would agree to is that there would be no, I can write up some language for your consideration, but there would be no overlap in the actual event. But we could do setup between 3 and 5 on weekdays.
So the condition would say you will not take any event goers before 5 o'clock.
On weekdays.
That gives you 3 to 5 as a setup time.
Yeah, on weekdays. But weekends, they're the
on
offices.
weekday, yeah, that's right, on weekdays.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, back on the wall, much of the wall discussion will probably be left to the discussion, but I want to ask you this question, Jim. Out of concern with the wall height and its location right on the property line, is there anything prevents you from setting back the wall a little bit to provide your landscaping to soften the wall and reduce the impact of the wall height?
I'd rather let Boogie or Eric Bowman answer that question, because they're the ones that need to make the project and the operations work from a business standpoint.
Okay.
Could you ask that question again? I'm sorry, I didn't understand it fully.
What I'm suggesting is to alleviate a concern from some commissioners as well as some members of the public. Are you be okay to set back the wall, which is currently sitting on the property line? If you set back the wall away from the public right of way, that will give us extra landscaping area, which will do two things. First, soften the wall. Secondly, reduce the visual impact to pedestrians who walk on the sidewalk. And it also will slightly reduce the blocking the view of the historic structure. The only downside is you're going to have a little less area in your courtyard.
I can chime in. So moving back the walls would cause a problem for the pocketing of the doors. So that's part of what's setting that parameter. And I just wanted to quickly mention too, your previous question about the operation hours. And the cafe only requires 100 seats and I'm sorry, 96 seats and then less parking spaces as well. So with the office and cafe and use at the same time, even though there is that overlap, we're still at the proper parking count. So we won't be exceeding that because the cafe requires less.
I think Commissioner Wu is more concerned with overlap between the office and the special events. Is that correct, Commissioner?
That's right. That's right.
Yeah. We can figure, you know, that's a level of detail that we can get into if that's the wish of the Planning Commission. There's a couple of solutions to that, but I'd rather see what the rest of the commission thinks about that.
You also mentioned during design review meeting that you propose to use applied for the landscaping against dark sky ordinance of the city. Are you still proposing doing that? Because you don't have a lighting plan.
Yes, but Scott, do you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, we have some strategic interventions with uplighting on the outside just to provide some drama and some accent from the streetscape. And then on the inside, there's a little bit that's complementary to the interior of the cafe, but isn't as visible from outside of the walls.
Okay. Jim, you can stop me anytime. I think I'm about to be done. Just maybe there are one or two more.
While you're looking for that, I'll chime in a couple of questions, and I forgot. I think they'll be quick. One is for the sound plan, the sound assessment. Was there? I didn't see in there. Maybe I missed it, but I didn't see in there any accommodation or talk of potential increased traffic sound as a result of the wall being there. Reflection of the sound off of the wall and then perhaps across the street. Was that considered at all, any potential increase in the traffic sound for the, I guess that would be the east side or south side of the street when the wall was in place?
You know, go ahead, Stephanie.
Oh, sure. So that wasn't specifically evaluated. There were a lot of different operational scenarios and, existing conditions of the area that were taken into consideration when the noise study was prepared. But I would say in general, my instinct with that is that typically, especially with solid walls, usually it is more of a sound buffer. So we typically wouldn't be too concerned about sound bouncing off from the wall and creating more noise. Typically we see these solid walls as being more of a absorber of noise and, keeping that noise out.
Okay. And my other question was just really to double check something on table 1. Under land use, under the special events section, I'm assuming that special events section also includes church services. So it maybe could read special events / church services. So any of those Monday through Saturday, and Sunday from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. or 1 p.m. to 11 p.m., there could be church services there as well. Is that correct?
Chair Rulin, are you referring to the table on the project plans?
This is page 4 of the staff report, table 1.
Okay.
It just calls out special events for that time period, 3 to 11 weekdays and 1 to 11 Sundays, weekdays, Monday through Saturday, and then 1 to 11 Sunday. I'm just assuming, and I want to make sure my assumption is correct, that could also be church services. It could either be special events or church services. Am I correct about that?
That is correct. So if there was a church operator that wanted to do additional events, then they would be treated as one of the many different special events that could reserve the venue space.
So that means that on Sundays, they would be a church and their parking would be a church parking. But if they're on a special event day, they're a special event and their parking would count as a special event?
Well, I would say essentially it really depends on, we're all speaking a little hypothetically here because we don't have specific operators and users of these different uses. So I would say that it depends on how exactly the space is being used, but there is a condition of approval that anytime the church would be in operation, because it has a different parking ratio, they would be restricted to that 80% occupancy limit.
Okay. That was my other question. Commissioner Wu, did you have more questions?
Yes. On the rendering on page 7 of the report, and there's the existing and proposed. This rendering was is repeated a few times in the rest of our package. I don't know who is a graphic artist, but do you depict the height of the wall accurately? Because it looks like the guy standing in front of the wall is either a 7-footer or the wall is shorter.
Yeah, I was not the artist on that, but the guy is a little on the tall side.
All right. Can you hear me now? Because I just changed the earpiece.
The wall itself, though, is depicted correctly. We did send the person that did this a 3-dimensional model. So the wall height is accurate, but the people he added onto that.
Okay, well, it makes the wall a little bit shorter. Now, come to the next page. Jim, I want to ask you, during the design review subcommittee meeting again, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe my memory lapsed, you agreed to keep the sliding doors open whenever there's no private events, which is a little different from what you're proposing now. That is you keep the sliding door open during cafe time. If you keep the sliding doors or windows open during cafe time, that is 7 hours a day, Monday to Saturday. That's 42 hours out of a total a week. If you keep them open, unless you have a private party going on, it's quite different.
Yeah, I agree. And I think Stephanie offered up a supplemental condition at the beginning of her presentation, and that's our intent. And I think that's staff's intent is to have that condition included.
Stephanie, can you read the proposed condition to us?
Zen, I was gonna, I thought I was gonna discuss that myself during our regular discussion period. So if it's okay with you, why don't we cover it then and have more discussion on it at that point?
Yes. Okay. So that's pretty much it for my question. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Blackwell, did you have more questions? Did we lose Commissioner Blackwell? I don't see him on. So he must have dropped off. All right, are there any other questions of staff from anyone, staff or the applicant? If not, I will.
Chair Woolen?
Yes.
Chair Woolen, this is Zach in engineering. Commissioner Wu had an interesting question about the left turn pocket and whether we can lengthen it. I was looking at the aerial on there in our GIS system. To lengthen that would involve creating new red curb on El Camino Real, which would actually be subject to city council approval. So if we did do that, then that raises that, at least that issue of it, to a city council level decision. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate it. All right, I will open up the public hearing then. And Gabriel, I know we've got a number of people who submitted requests that their communications be read at the meeting. So if you could go through those, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, and I can go ahead and start if you don't mind.
Oh,
Chair
sorry,
Ruler.
please.
Yeah, so we kind of split up the public comment letters. So I'm going to first go over all of the public comment letters that were attached to your Planning Commission staff report, as well as a few that were emailed to you yesterday.
Thank you.
So, okay. So this is coming from the property owners, Patty and Richard Hurdell. What a history the property has. Permitted in September of 1928, the first picture we have of the historic building at 1531 North El Camino Real is from the early 1930s with a sign painted on the south face of the building reading, Mrs. Lashbrook's food, things to eat, cook the old-fashioned way. The photo also shows the parking lot is sand dunes and the two 60-foot Canary Island palms in front are 6 feet tall. We know it has been the Big Bear Cafe and that it was one time a slip mold pottery business and a plumbing supply. We think it may have been a motel too, with amazing unobstructed views of the sunset and ocean. We've met some of the people who lived upstairs in the 1950s who share their memories of the drive-in similar to Prince's across from the property on PCH. Then it was the mortuary for many years, and finally in 2002, we turned it into the San Clemente Art Supply, where we had for close to 18 years people coming through the doors with visions of art and color, with stories they wanted to tell. It was during this time that we realized the special ambiance and feel of the building and this property. We were daily told how people just felt at home in the building and grounds, that it was like a refuge. It is one of the very few buildings on PCH in San Clemente with a true front yard where everything could grow, where roses could grow and prosper, a lovely and refreshing garden. The people who worked there with us grew and prospered too. And now it's time for a new dream. We wanted to find people who would keep this property alive, not as an office space, but as a place that would be welcoming to people as it was when it was the art supply. We had envisioned and hoped for a space with indoor and outdoor dining that would utilize the beautiful spaces in a particular and special way. We feel that Boog and Eric represent that vision. Our dream and their dream have intersected for the good of the community and the good of the city to have this wonderful old building and this wonderful old property fully vibrant and useful. We are looking forward to working with the city and Eric and Boog to see this project through. We feel the project will enhance the property and preserve it as a special spot where a piece of San Clemente's history can be enjoyed and appreciated for generations to come. Thank you, Patty and Richard Hurdell. Okay, the next letter is from John Perry of Bemis Landscape. I am familiar with the proposed public house project plan for 1531 North El Camino Real, as well as the project applicant Eric Bowman. I would like to voice my strong support for both. North Beach is in the early stages of a much needed renaissance, and this project, along with the revival of the Miramar Theater site and the improvements to various buildings in the North Molinos area, will provide the area with the shot in the arm it needs to motivate nearby property owners to improve other sites as well. As one of the primary entrances to the city, the revitalization of North Beach is vital to maintaining San Clemente's charm. Given its location and visibility, Public House is an important part of the revitalization, and the project as proposed does an excellent job of balancing San Clemente heritage and contemporary usefulness. Eric Bowman is a longtime San Clemente resident and business owner who understands the area and will be an excellent operator for the site. He and his partners have identified a local need and put together a project that suits that need well. Bemis Landscape often requires the use of a facility such as Public House, and we look forward to hosting events there. I strongly encourage the approval of this project. If you have any questions about this letter, please do not hesitate to contact me. Sincerely, Bemis Landscape. Next letter. This is from Brian Godber. I just wanted to express my support for the proposed public house project located at 1531 North El Camino Real in the North Beach district of San Clemente. It is exciting to hear about some of the recent proposals aimed at preserving and improving the North Beach zone, and I feel this project would be a great fit to the overall vision of North Beach and the city of San Clemente. My wife and I have lived in San Clemente for 13 plus years and are very excited to hear about local projects like this, which will add to the community while preserving what we love about San Clemente. It is also great that the visionaries behind this are local residents as well. Thanks, Brian Godber. Next letter is from Chris Shanley. I want to state that I am extremely excited to hear that some of our local residents are willing and able to invest in our local community. I fully support the public house project proposal at 1531 North El Camino Real. As an 18-year resident of San Clemente, it has been a pleasure to watch the downtown area grow and thrive. Unfortunately, the growth seems to have somewhat been limited to downtown and the Pier Bowl section. I believe that North Beach El Camino Real would greatly benefit from investment and renovation. The plan offers our community a unique opportunity to provide a beautiful venue that preserves our Spanish village culture and beautify while fulfilling a community need. I envision this beautiful space meeting many needs from weddings, quinceañeras, fundraisers, etc. I hope that you and your team also have similar visions for our community. Thank you, Chris Shanley. The next letter is from Dan Granite of Mac Incorporated. My name is Dan Granite, and I'm a resident of San Clemente. I'm writing in support of the proposed public house project on the property of the old art supply building at 1531 North El Camino Real in the North Beach district of San Clemente. It is my opinion that the entire El Camino Real corridor, especially in the North Beach section, is in dire need of renovation to help brighten the main artery of our downtown area. I hope you will consider approval for this project and others like it. Thank you for allowing me to voice my support. Best regards, Dan Granite. The next comment is from Dave Hill. My name is Dave Hill. I live in Talega, and I'm writing in support of the proposal by Eric Bowman and his team regarding the public house project. As an 18-year San Clemente resident, I know there is widespread support for developments such as this anywhere in town, but specifically in the North Beach district. North Beach sorely needs a project like the public house, as it will spur more interest in revitalizing this area of our city, which has long been overshadowed by downtown. Eric and I are friends, but also business partners on such projects such as H.H. Cotton's in the historic district of Del Mar. I know firsthand that Eric has the necessary experience to make this another great San Clemente venue. His team will be sure that the venue fits architecturally and functionally with the feel of San Clemente, and to the greatest extent possible, I know they will work with local vendors who understand the city's interests well. A beautiful location where people can come together and gather for celebrations or special events is ideal for this property. I encourage San Clemente to support the public house, which will be a great addition to the North Beach district. Thank you, Dave Hill. The next comment is from Devin Mears. I'm writing to you to express my strong support for the public house project in North Beach. I've lived in San Clemente with my wife and son for over 14 years, but even before that, I grew up in Mission Viejo and spent much of my youth on San Clemente's beaches. North Beach has lied dormant for far too long, and an event center would be a unique and fun way to bring the area back to life. I sincerely hope this project is approved and will very much look forward to spending time in North Beach once again. Best regards, David Mears. The next comment is from Erica Belch. I wanted to email you regarding my support in the public house project in San Clemente. I am a resident here in San Clemente, and I would love to see the old historic building be restored and reused for the benefit of the community and residents here. Thank you for your consideration of this project. Erica Belch. Next public comment from Fidel Fernandez. I'm writing to express my support for renovating the existing San Clemente Art Supply location into the public house. As a longtime San Clemente resident, I've been hoping and waiting for improvements around the North Beach area, and this plan would be a welcome addition. I take pride in the city, and my hopes is that we can continue to evolve while maintaining the aesthetics and beauty San Clemente represents. The public house seems to embody that same sentiment. Please reach out to me directly with any questions. Respectfully, Fidel Fernandez. Next comment is from Heather Pruitt. My name is Heather Pruitt, and I am a San Clemente resident. I wanted to let you know that I support the public house project, and I think it would be a great addition to the North Beach community. I've lived over by North Beach for the past years and would love to see this beautiful part of town have a place like public house in it. Thank you, Heather Pruitt. The next comment is from Joy in Company. Dear City of San Clemente Planning Commission, we are Rachel Salas and Michelle Sears, owners of Joy in Company events based in San Clemente. Michelle is a native of the town, while I have lived here for the past 13 years. Being in the event planning industry, we love that there are so many wonderful venues here in town. From the history of Costa Romantica, Ole Hansen, the casino, and the historic cottage to newer projects such as La Ventura, these venues showcase our town and highlight how special San Clemente is to many outsiders that wouldn't have experienced it otherwise. Prior to our event planning career, Michelle and I had been a part of the restaurant industry in town and have known Eric to be a smart businessman with high standards and ethics who produces great work. We have known Boogie separately and hold him in high esteem. He is a great man with endless passion for what he does, high morality, and the vision to bring people together. Being locals of San Clemente, we have seen many changes to the city over the past several years, particularly in North Beach. As we all know, there has been an influx of transients who have reshaped the charm of the area and not for the better. With the Miramar Theater project underway, adding another community-driven business, such as an event space, will only help improve the quality of North Beach and help reinstate the spirit of our town. It will also provide the opportunity to share a piece of the art supplies history through each event. What a gift. We hope to see the project come to fruition and can't wait to see the revitalization of North Beach. Sincerely, Rachel Salas and Michelle Sears. Next comment is from Kristen Van Morik. My name is Kristen Van Morik, and I'm an artist living in San Clemente. I was a patron of the San Clemente Art Supply for many years before it closed its doors. I have a soft spot for this lovely historic space and the community art outreach that it so faithfully offered for 16 years. When the departure was announced, I aced that such a blessing to the North Beach area and its art populace would be lost. To my great joy, another like-minded outreach has the potential to fill its colorful shoes. I can think of no better way for it to be transitioned than into the public house, whose aim is to enrich the community in the arts as well as to connect us all at a deeper level. Art remains a staple of any successful society in the way that it not only encourages empathy and civic participation, but additionally creates a more beautiful environment to live in. I wish desperately that there would be more places like this for the arts to be shared and luxuriated in. A sanctuary that promotes our many gifted local artisans is their desire to share food, music, and fine art will powerfully and immeasurably impact this neighborhood for the better. I've known Eric Rose for over a decade. He is trustworthy, hardworking, and has an extravagant heart that beats passionately for the people of this city year after year. I've witnessed his faithful service to the community. I believe in him and this project unequivocally. I cannot wait to be a patron and participant of this admirable business and outreach project. Our public needs the public house. Okay, the next comment is from Mark Dressel. My name is Mark Dressel and live in San Clemente. The reason for this email is to voice my support for the public house project located on El Camino Real in the North Beach district of San Clemente. My family has lived in San Clemente since 1996 and see what is being done to renovate and make improvements in a variety of areas of the city. I believe this project is badly needed to help support a part of the community that has been somewhat neglected for years. We are all in with our support for this project. Regards, Mark Dressel. The next public comment is from Matthew Coutone. My name is Matthew Coutone. I am a 17-year resident and business owner here in San Clemente. I'm writing you in support of the public house project in North Beach. The North Beach district is being presented with a great opportunity to continue improvements to the neighborhood and being done so in an appropriate way by where there will be mindful respect to its history and future. Eric Bowman and his team are a proven entity with a track record of success. It would be smart for the city of San Clemente and its planning commission to embrace this opportunity and usher it forward for the benefit of its residents as well as the North Beach community. If I can be of additional assistance, please feel free to reach out. Best, Matthew. The next comment is from Michael Ailman. As a longtime resident of San Clemente, our family supports the public house project. We strongly feel the North Beach area of our town has been neglected, and adaptive reuse of the property will allow our city to not only preserve and restore the historic art supply building in North Beach, but it will also provide a significant community benefit that is in line with the spirit of the people in San Clemente. With that being said, please include my email in support of the project. Michael Ailman. The next comment is from Paul Anthony. My name is Paul Anthony, and I wanted to write to you to express my support for a project that was recently introduced to called the Public House Project. I'm aware that they plan to transform the old, abandoned, historic art supply building in North Beach into a beautiful event venue center. I agree with their vision and also feel strongly that the North Beach area of our town has been neglected, and their reuse of the property will allow them to not only preserve and restore the historic building, but will also provide a significant community benefit in line with the spirit of the people in San Clemente. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my reach out. Paul Anthony. The next public comment. My name is Steve McGreevy, and I have been a resident of San Clemente since 1998. The purpose of my email is to provide support for the Public House Project. I love the idea of revitalizing the North Beach area with this type of property. Not only is this type of facility desperately needed, it will also increase the beauty of an area in need of a considerable facelift. My support of this program is bolstered even more knowing the type of people that are behind this project. I have had the privilege and pleasure of knowing both Eric Bowman and Boogie Rose for over 18 years. Both men are not only high caliber people, both professionally and personally, but I have seen firsthand how committed they are to bettering our San Clemente community. Some people talk about service, but others do the work. Eric and Boogie, along with their families, have been active members of our school, sports, and surf communities for countless years. They do these acts not for show, but because they care about their community. I have absolutely no doubt that this project will be a tremendous benefit to our San Clemente community. If you have any questions of me, please do not hesitate to contact me. Sincerely, Steve McGreevy. Next comment. My name is Tina Metzger of San Clemente. I have lived here for 14 years. My father has lived here for over 30 years. My husband and I love our town. We also see the need of improving the North Beach area of San Clemente. It has really become an area that I, as a woman, would not feel safe walking around at night. When I heard of the plan of what Eric Rose, Boogie, and Eric Bowman are envisioning, I was very excited. I know the passion and commitment these two men have for any project they put their hearts into. The vision is for the people, not to get rich. I know these two men love doing outreach programs and how much of their time they give to making San Clemente a better place. The plan for it to be a meeting and wedding event gathering would be amazing. That would also help keep the hotel across the way and any restaurants near the center for some economic growth. What I would love to see is it also being used for the arts. Our kids need more outlets in San Clemente. I could see it becoming a place where the youth can hold community meetings and it being a safe space. It is projects like this that are going to improve our town and to help build up the North Beach area. I think the plans are beautiful and I see nothing but positive things coming from this. For the last 7 years, I have watched that area get worse, having more homeless hanging out in that area. I know many who live in North Beach who are very frustrated with how that area is being run down. This project is clearly a bright light and even a turning point for that area. Thank you so much for being a part of improving the North Beach and San Clemente as a whole. Sincerely, Tina Metzger. Next public comment letter. This is from Betty Nolan. Please consider approving please reconsider, Please reconsider approving a 7-foot wall at North El Camino Real. If you must place a wall at that location, do something similar to the Miramar project. That would be much more attractive for that area and that specific building. Thank you for your time, Betty Nolan. The next comment is from Alex Haynes. Okay, thanks to the hard work of the Planning Commission, Council, and citizens, we will finally see how much needed renovation and revitalization of North Beach. With this comes some major challenges. In just a few short months, we'll have a casino event traffic, Miramar event traffic, bowling alley food court traffic, and retail and residential traffic, all in an area with nearly no parking. This, not to mention, Schwack Cantina has taken all the parking in front of this building and the other side of the street on any given night. Side note, glad NCL has 4 lanes, or North El Camino Real has 4 lanes for all this new traffic as well. The bike lanes would have completely choked off this part of town and created quite a mess. I'm a 5-year-plus resident and I'm all for developing North Beach, long overdue. However, all of these and new and existing uses all coming together need careful consideration of the parking and traffic impact here in North Beach. The venue states it will have valet for events over 100. They will need valet for patrons of about 25 with their parking. I have serious reservations about this project with all of the other projects transpiring here in North Beach. Maybe a scaled down version. I just don't see the parking. My property on North El Camino Real is under constant assault from folks using the parking for the building next door and various retail and restaurants along the street. When the art gallery had events, our lot was full with patrons from across the street taking all my customer spaces, some with the casino. How can this ownership assure the patrons won't use my parking lot, the Elks Lodge, Casablanca, and limited precious residential parking? My ears are open to how this will not dramatically impact North Beach parking and traffic with all these other projects coming into town. Also, there is a residential 16-unit building just across the street and residents open to the building only 50 yards away. You should be concerned about the outdoor speakers during evening hours. Maybe we need to seriously look at a parking structure in the North Beach area or fees to use beach parking for events. In any case, I'm going on record. We do not have the parking to support all of these venues coming online in North Beach. Thanks for your time and effort. Next comment from Heather Goulet. A 7-foot wall around the garden adjacent to the sidewalk of this property would detract from its historical beauty and significance. It would also seem contrary to the recent historical designation awarded to North Beach, would it not? It is important for our community to continue every effort to preserve the architecture that makes San Clemente unique. Once the wall is up, it's up, and the property's charm will essentially disappear from the neighborhood. Thank you, Heather Goulet. Next public comment. Hello, planning. Please consider glass screening for the public house, not the proposed solid walls and sliding doors to this historic property. There are no walls along El Camino Real in the area. Please, with the positive renewal of North Beach that this property is near, it is an opportunity to enhance, not hide the historic structure. Glass or another less imposing sound barrier will be more appropriate. Okay, next public comment. Because a wall of such height will partially hide the building, the beautiful architectural details, as well as the garden open space, a view corridor to the west of the building, I ask you please to oppose the proposed 7-foot wall around the garden adjacent to the sidewalk. High walls close to the sidewalk anywhere near El Camino Real, especially here, will fail to create. In fact, will prohibit a friendly, open, inviting, and engaging pedestrian experience for the streetscape. I urge you instead to please consider a courtyard wall like the one that was approved for the Miramar project, 42 inches with 24 inches of open wrought iron on top. Sincerely, Lori Gooch. Next public comments. No to the 7-foot wall facing El Camino Real. A wall will not add beauty to our city. It will be an invitation for graffiti. A courtyard wall with wrought iron is a much more acceptable solution. It seems like the width of El Camino Real would absorb the sound. Sincerely, Linda Williams. Next public comments. The Historical Society has always been supportive of adaptive reuse of historic resources. It is all the better if the adaptive reuse makes the resource more accessible by the general public. The proposed project has the potential to do that. A cafe and small event center would be a great use for this historic property. Converting the existing outdoor landscape area into an enclosed courtyard is also a great idea, but enclosing that courtyard with a 7-foot wall would significantly obstruct the public view of this important historic resource. Please consider the advantages of a 4-foot wall instead. Thank you, Marilyn Wigglesworth. Next public comment is from Mary Ann Gomez. I have lived in San Clemente for 33 years. I'm very excited that the North Beach is finally waking up to new redevelopment. The building is a wonderful historic building. Virgil Westbrook was the architect of the building, plus many of our historic buildings in town. It's important that we honor these buildings in their finest glory. Today's photos of the building do not do justice to the building. Too many shrubs are hiding it. Looking at the plans, it shows a clear glass wall surrounding the courtyard. This wall starts at the street. The drawing shows the wonderful architecture of the side of the building. Those driving down South El Camino Real would see this building. I understand that there would not be a clear glass wall, but a solid wood wall that would hide the building. To me, that is not acceptable. I don't believe that there are any 7-foot walls to the street in San Clemente. I really want this project to be successful, but the 7-foot wall is not going to fly. You should only allow the wall to be 42 inches high. It was interesting to read the letters from people wanting the project to be approved. Most of those letters came from those who want to do business with the project. Not too much thought was put into those letters. I'm looking forward to seeing this project going forward, but please do not allow a 7-foot wall closing off the beautiful architecture. All of San Clemente should be allowed to enjoy this beautiful historic building driving down El Camino Real. Sincerely, Mary Ann Gomez. Next public comment. We would like to say we oppose the 7-foot wall that is proposed for this project. We want to keep the historic building to not be hidden by this kind of wall. Once these buildings are changed, we cannot get them back. Please consider our opposition to this design. Sincerely, Michelle and Don Stewart. Next public comment. I'm against having a 7-foot wall in front of the upcoming public house as it will block the view of the historic architecture of the building. Thank you, Susie Klickstein. Next public comment. I would like to add my support for the public house project in the North Beach district to turn the art supply building into a venue for community events. San Clemente needs more options for these events, and the beautiful history of the site deserves to continue to be used and enjoyed by our town and its members. I live in the North Beach area and would love to see the site restored and revived in this purpose. Sincerely, Rachel Timmons. Next public comment letter. I was recently contacted by the potential proprietors of the public house asking for my support because they are clients of mine and I have seen them add value to the community through their other business operations. I would highly recommend them and their public house project in North Beach. Respectfully submitted, Rob Johnson. Next public comment letter. My name is Tina Marcioni and I'm writing to let you know of my 100% support of the public house project. I think it is a great idea and will be an asset to the community and the city of San Clemente. Eric Bowman has always been successful in all of his business adventures and cares about the city where he also resides. I'm excited to see this project come to life. Thank you, Tina Marcioni. And I do want to mention that I did receive a second letter from Larry Culbertson of the San Clemente Historical Society. He submitted 2 public comment letters and requested that the second letter, which Gabriel has, to be read into the record. So I won't read this, but this was attached to the Planning Commission packet. So I'll turn it over to Gabriel to read the remaining public comments that were submitted today.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie. Stephanie, did you say that second letter to read into the record? That's the one we received today, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, then I can go ahead and read that one then. Okay. So this is from Larry Culbertson on behalf of the San Clemente Historical Society. We support the idea of 1531 North El Camino Real being adaptively reused as a cafe and event center. We do not support the concept of a 7-foot wall about the garden. Around the garden, the applicant complains that they need the wall to keep the street noise out and their amplified sound in, but the public should not be made to sacrifice our view of the historic resource and the overall look of the street scene for the applicant's economic gain. We disagree with GPA Consulting's memorandum, which states on page 5, the proposed stucco wall would not obscure or destroy character-defining features of the historic building. In the next sentence, it states only the side west elevation would be partly obscured by the wall. This is the elevation that the Commissioner Crandall at DRC said he considered to be the best elevation. This is the elevation with the most remaining unadulterated and highly visible character-defining features. Do we really want to partly obscure this best elevation? Commissioner Wu agreed that the west elevation was the most intriguing and would be blocked quite a lot. He suggested pushing it back from the sidewalk far enough to leave the west elevation visible to the public. He also mentioned that the high garden walls are a feature seen in places around the world with a different urban fabric. In San Clemente, we do not want our public buildings hidden behind walls. We expect an open, friendly, inviting streetscape. The memorandum goes on to justify the partial obscuration of the wall will create by stating, however, the elevation is already partly obscured due to the dense landscaping of the property. The solution for the dense landscaping problem is for the owner to maintain it. The maintenance of the area should not depend on whether a wall is allowed. A 7-foot wall is not appropriate anywhere in a mixed pedestrian automobile district. Our design guidelines allow for and even encourage low garden walls. A low garden wall was approved for the Miramar Event Center just 2 blocks down the street. A low garden wall for this project would give the applicant the enclosed courtyard they desire without depriving the public of our right to a view of the building. We urge you to not allow the 7-foot wall, but if you do, please consider the following. Require the applicant to bring the historic resource up to the standards required of a historic preservation property agreement. Require the wall to be removed when the permitted use ends. Require the gates to only be shut during events. Require the courtyard landscaping to be maintained no denser than in the rendering submitted. We truly would like to see this project happen, but not with the 7-foot wall obstructing, a 7-foot view obstructing wall. Thank you. 1 second. Okay. The next comment is from Brad Curtis, and the letter reads, "Good morning, Stephanie. My name is Brad Curtis. I'm writing to you today on behalf of Eric Bowman, owner of H.H. Cottons on Del Mar, and TPS Recruiting headquarters located in San Clemente, as he embarks on his latest adventure, opening Public House on the corner of El Camino Real and Avenida Pico on the old historic property adjacent to 7-Eleven. A bit about myself. I work for Eric as his AG assistant general manager at H.H. Cottons, and am San Clemente native, born in 1989, 31 years old. I played 3 sports at San Clemente High School and went to Saddleback College, then Savannah State University. I've coached high school and JC football here in Orange County for the last 11 years, along with working in the hospitality industry. I write to you today in great favor of Eric's newest business venture, Public House. I worked for Eric for over a year and a half and have had the privilege of getting to know him professionally and personally. This man cares about our community without question. Him and his partners have fought to keep H.H. Cottons open simply so that those of us who work there have a job to go to during these challenging times of COVID-19. Eric is passionate about helping others and creating a memorable experience for those who frequent his places of business here in San Clemente. His other company is a staffing firm. So as stated, this man helps others. We need leaders and business owners in our community with his level of dedication and passion for helping others in order to continue to make San Clemente one of the best places to live, visit in all of Southern California. I'm hopeful that Public House is approved by the City Council and its members to launch in 2022, give our community something fun and new to be excited about. Hope that you and yours are doing well through these times, and look forward to Public House moving forward for a grand opening down the road. Best, Brad Curtis." This next letter is from Shane, I believe, Mall, and they've indicated, "I am writing this letter in support of the proposed Public House project. I've grown up in San Clemente, and the city has always been a place filled with beauty and history. San Clemente is a city in which people love to do life together, enjoy the beauty of the ocean, as well as express themselves in many different forms of art. The utilization of this historic building to provide a place for people to gather and enjoy weddings, concerts, art events, and other events that promote peace and unity is a need that many people in San Clemente have. Also, having the space available for people to use in many different ways will bring in people from other areas that will get the opportunity to see the beauty of our city, as well as support the local economy. Having grown up in San Clemente, a place like this was something that I always yearned for. A place to gather with friends to enjoy fellowship and the beauty that the city has to offer. The North Beach area of San Clemente is a place with so much history and beauty, but unfortunately many of the buildings are run down and showing their age. The renovation of the Public House would bring much needed beauty to the area, as well as still provide the historical feeling that San Clemente is known for. This would truly be a place for the people in these times when people really need the support and fellowship of being together. Public House would offer an incredible opportunity to fully enjoy the incredible city that San Clemente is." Next letter is from Christopher. "My family moved to San Clemente 9 years ago from neighboring Dana Point. The decision to move came about as the city of San Clemente has been doing a great job working with local business to make the downtown Del Mar district a more desirable and safer place to dine, shop, and commune with other families of the community. We have been hoping for similar effort on the city's part to work with local business towards the rejuvenation of the North Beach area while staying true to its historical roots. I know firsthand that the area's continued safety concerns and redevelopment restrictions have turned away local entrepreneurs willing to risk their own time and money to improve this area they believe has incredible community value. Once I learned of the proposed art supply building transformation from an abandoned safety concern and eyesore into a space to be used and enjoyed by the community, I became thrilled with the idea and can't wait to see it come to fruition. I do not know the developer personally, but feel strongly these comments represent the larger voice of the community. We'd love to see this specific transformation of the art supply building become a reality. Thank you." Next letter is from Eric Hogg. "Good afternoon. Thank you for taking this time to review this request. I have personally known Eric Boogie Rose for over 20 years and think very highly of his character and integrity. He is someone who invests in the community for the welfare of those very communities. I know that Boogie has lived in San Clemente as long as I have known him, and that he is a contributor and a giver rather than being a taker. He is accustomed to not only hear the needs around him, but furthermore to seek out needs that are around him and open his eyes and ears to those in need of help. Although I know very little about the Public House Project, I know very much about Boogie, and that's why I have written this letter. As someone who works in the commercial real estate myself, it is very easy to succumb to the thinking that the underlying motivation for the real estate investment and management is increased cash flow. Although there may be nothing wrong with this thinking in its intrinsic sense, I'm reminded that there were also higher uses of real estate than simply profit. From reading about the Public House, it sounds like this is a very intent of the project, to design a space around bringing people together and creating a sense of community in San Clemente. Seems like a great cause to me. I apologize that I don't know more about the Public House than I do, but when I receive requests for help from someone like Boogie, I drop what I'm doing to assist. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to my comments. Sincerely, Eric Hawk. Next comment letter is from Aaron Lurker. I live in North Beach. I want this area to be invested in and have something valuable added to this part of the community. I support this project with enthusiasm. Next letter is from George, and it reads as follows. I would love to commend Eric Boogie Rose and the project they are envisioning North Beach to the council. I believe this project will greatly enhance this area as our gateway from the north into our city. The project is beautiful, creative, and good for business in our city. The people responsible for this project are highly responsible, full of integrity and goodness, and known for doing good things for people of the city all of the time. This project will be a very good thing for our city. It will be responsible, beautiful, helpful, and help enhance the areas around it. Everyone knows that when one property in the area is improved, it raises the values of properties around it. Imagine the Miramar Theater improvement and this property's improvement and the overall effect it will have on the area as a whole. This is a great project and good for our city. Next letter is from Greg McLaughlin, and Stephanie, was this letter read? I thought I remember a Greg McLaughlin, but this one's dated today. It's pretty short. It says, I love the plan for the Public House. Please consider the importance of revitalizing this beautiful area of San Clemente. It has been a blight for far too long, a beautiful gathering place, restoring a historic building, bringing tax dollars to the city, job creation. There are no negatives. Approve. Next comment letter is from Jason Pearson, and it reads, I, as a 20-year citizen of San Clemente, I want to voice my support of the project to develop the old San Clemente Art Store space, 1531 North El Camino Real, North Beach. I'm excited about the potential this brings to the community. And having known Eric Boog Rose for the last 15 years, I know the quality he brings to the project. I am an international artist who lives in the community. This is a phenomenal building that can be used to highlight the arts. I love that they are going to take the care and attention it deserves as a historic building. Right now, it is an overgrown mess. Boog is a problem solver, and their innovative design of a courtyard with walls that open to let you see the inside is brilliant. Jason Pearson, San Clemente. Next letter is from Jen, and it reads as follows. I am writing in support of the Public House Project North Beach. One of the factors involved in my husband and my decision to move to San Clemente is to start and raise our family. Our family was the North Beach area. At the time, we would often walk down the trail, relishing the fact that we lived in this beautiful area, sit on the beach or run nearby, marveling at the beauty of our unique beach town. Over time, though, the North Beach area has become a place that we avoid. While we used to spend time there several times a week, we have stopped running the trail, and with small children, it isn't a place we want to take them. The Public House is a project that I believe would breathe life back to the North Beach area, and in fact, back into San Clemente in general. In a time when our world seems so fractured, to me, it represents hope and much needed way to bring together and support a community. I can see our family visiting often, attending small concerts and art shows, and grabbing a bite at a unique food pop-up. It's the sort of thing that our family would make a point to do often. Beyond the usefulness for such a space, I also have to speak to my knowledge of Boog Rose. I've known Boog for many years in a variety of capacities, and I can say without a doubt that he is a man of integrity and loyalty. Boog is a man of his word. Boog is also someone who is deeply invested in his community and who loves San Clemente. He speaks with honesty, chooses his words carefully, and is very intentional about the way that he lives his life. Thank you for the time and consideration of this letter. This next letter is from Jeremy Clements, and it reads, Dear Stephanie, my name is Jeremy Clements, a San Clemente property owner at 136 Calle de los Molinos, small business owner and family man. As you are well aware, the North Beach Los Molinos district is on the precipice of a renaissance. The Pico Theater remodel, Los Molinos Beer Company, along with already established restaurants, coffee shops, the casino, and Ole Hansen are all ingredients for something great is happening in North Beach feeling. I'm convinced the Los Molinos district specifically has a character to become like the Santa Barbara funk zone. Regarding the San Clemente Art Supply building conversion into the public house, I love the idea of community gathering space for both locals and visitors. This will not only provide a highly desired needed space, but will further cement North Beach as a highly sought after destination for businesses and investors. My great hope is the city planning department will approve this project and continue to partner with like-minded business owners who share a passion and vision for the North Beach Los Molinos district zone. Please feel free to contact me directly. Thank you, Jeremy Clements. Next letter is from John T. It reads, to the commission, I'm writing in support of the public house project at 1531 North El Camino Real, North Beach, in the former location of the San Clemente Art Supply. I am the proud parent of two students, one former of Las Palmas Elementary, had driven through the North Beach daily for many years, shuttling them to and from school. Simply put, over the years, I have seen some good days and some bad days in North Beach, but every day I notice the potential of this section of town. As the redevelopment of North Beach continues, I feel that a project of this nature would be a valuable addition to the community. Historically, the focus of San Clemente's development has been on the Del Mar area. All of us who visit Del Mar know that this zone is the embodiment of San Clemente's Spanish Village by the Sea mantra. As a small business owner, I had my office on Del Mar for nearly 10 years, and there are a few places like it in the world. As the city continues to evolve, North Beach is a blank canvas opportunity. A multi-use project like Public House is a natural fit that will provide new opportunities for community engagement, social interaction, and artistic expression. I would also like to provide my support for Mr. Rose and Mr. Bowman. They are both good-hearted men who are fixtures in our community who live lives of integrity and honor. They're the kind of guys you want on your team. Knowing both of them, I am excited to see where this project journey leads them. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my opinion and support for Public House as a place for people. Next letter is from Justin Hill, and it reads, as a 40-plus resident of San Clemente, I know the North Beach area needs help, and a project like this is exactly what we need. It is a great concept that creates a place for the people, and by personally knowing people involved with the development, I know it will be a successful project and done in a tasteful manner that embodies all that San Clemente is to all of us. I have heard that there is opposition to the project from people that don't even live in this great town, and that concerns me. As a lifelong citizen of San Clemente, I think we should focus on what true citizens are saying and want rather than outsiders trying to push an agenda. I'm asking City Council to please approve this project and help North Beach area fulfill its potential. Thank you. Next letter is from Kim Lar, and it reads, I support the proposed project, A Place for the People. I think North Beach and the people of San Clemente would really benefit from it. I personally know Boogie for almost 20 years. He is one of the finest men I know. If he is involved, you can trust his word. He is a man of integrity. I would love to have a place to hang out, enjoy the beauty and buildings and grounds. Thank you. Next letter is from Nick and Laura Mall. We have lived in San Clemente for over 40 years. Nick was employed at city and later county fire captain and medic for over 30 years. And Laura taught at the San Clemente Elementary School for 9 years. We love living and raising our family here. And now we see our grandchildren being raised here. It has saddened us both to see that, to see the North Beach area becoming so ran down and neglected. Also, not feeling safe in the area has become a huge community problem when it is one of the most picturesque areas in our town. We would love to see the city supporting business that would bring back the safety and beauty of the area. This venture would do just that. Our community could connect, celebrate, and enjoy this type of community building in so many positive ways. It would be something to be proud of in the neglected part of town. Our original founder saw the beauty of the area by building a casino and later a movie theater to attract locals and visitors. Let's let the business plan proceed to bring back the glory of North Beach. Thank you, Nick and Laura Mall. And next letter, no name was given, but it reads as follows. I personally have worked as a city employee for the last 10 years. Every voice matters, but one voice shouldn't be allowed to stop the community from trying to support a good cause. During this time of COVID, I have seen the city of San Clemente stand up for the community, and we need to do the same. San Clemente is considered to be one of the best places to live in California, and it's not just because of its location, but because of the people. Please see past the complaint, help support our community, and bring us all back together. Next comment letter, no name was given, but it reads, it is important to consider viable uses of historic structures in addition to the preservation of their classic San Clemente charm. We have seen with that without an occupant, even the most prominent historical structures in the city can sit vacant for decades. Preservation requires investment into the property, and in this ever-changing world, a building's use needs adapt to a community's need for space. At its core, the public house is a gathering place for our community. What better place than in one of its classic and special buildings? 1531 North El Camino Real has evolved with our community and has gone through several renovations and expansions over its 92-year history. This is the next chapter, and I look forward to taking my kids here to enjoy the wonderful project and share the building's history with them. I fully support the public house project. And next letter, also no name given, but it reads, I highly support this project. This area in our town needs help to bring it back to the beautiful city we all know and love. Recently, this area has been ran down, and the project will be one that uplifts the community and the property values in the area. The next letter is from Ryan. It reads, as a local artist and businessman, I fully support public house project at 1531 North El Camino Real in North Beach on the property of the old San Clemente Art Supply building. I've seen the vision for rehabilitating this property into the timeless beauty of 1928. This is not some faceless corporation looking to maximize profits at the cost of the city. Quite the opposite. The property would become a beautiful place for the people to proudly highlight local artists, musicians, photographers, and countless intimate gatherings. It would transform from a place of danger, trash, and blight to a beautiful representation of the ideals of the city. The advantages of restoring the property are so immense compared to the rundown current state. It's hard to imagine how this is not an absolute slam dunk for the city. Please let these people help restore the city and give us a place for the people. Next letter is from Stephanie, and it reads as follows. Dear Plan Commission, I'm writing to you as a 40-year resident and community member of the San Clemente. I'm actually lived and grew up in the North San Clemente area. I'm now a school teacher for the school district and began my career at San Clemente's very own Las Palmas Elementary School. I'm very familiar with the North Beach area. The history with this side of town is incredible, and the buildings that have been restored and used for the community are such a gift. This letter is focused on the approval of the public house project. The public house is focused on the improvement and restoration of the San Clemente Art Supply building to also be a gift to the community of San Clemente. Many residents of San Clemente know that North Beach is in desperate need of some TLC. The historic beauty of the art supply building and the vision of the public house seem to be a very wonderful match. In an effort to bring a center with atmosphere of arts, weddings, gatherings, meetings, there has been much research and thought put into the entire project. The plan showed incredible intention in the landscape and to the design to bring a Spanish style as it was in 1928. North San Clemente needs a restoration such as this to focus on the incredible beauty that is there. There's been discussion about a wall that could potentially hold up this project. Looking at the plans and design, it is clear that the wall is not intended to hide any of the beauty or history. The wall is needed to protect the atmosphere from the sound of the El Camino Real. The intention, again, is not to hide the building. A close look at the plans would show that the original historical part of the building is not covered up at all. The wall would also act as protection for the meaningful events that would be happening within. The plans include incredible landscape that would be visible outside and inside. And that's about 3 minutes, and but there's a little bit more to finish the letter. So I'll continue to the next letter. The next letter is from Taylor Helm. It reads as follows: Dear City Council and Planning Commission, regarding 1531 North El Camino Real, I'm writing you today as a lifelong resident of San Clemente. I attended Ole Hansen Elementary School and from youth and graduated San Clemente High. Today, I own 2 businesses here in San Clemente, as well as 2 homes in Southwest and Southeast San Clemente. All 4 of my children have graduated San Clemente, and I am proud to state that they are all active members of our community. The reason for my writing all of this is to share with you how much I love our community, how involved I've been in the development socially and also investing in our community. I've been actively involved in fundraising and mentoring at the Boys and Girls Club, as I was also one of the children down there when I was young. I was involved in developing the Pier Bowl, parts of Del Mar, the Los Molinos Art District. I was married at Ole Hansen Beach Club. I worked at Southampton Dinner Theater. As a teenager, my own mother was put to rest in 1984 in the very building we are discussing today when it was a funeral home. I'm thrilled with the concept design for the coming public house project. It's long overdue that someone comes in and does a really nice and practical development on this property. I love everything about it, from addition of the structure and facade improvements to the wonderfully designed courtyard. The walls, fountain, trellises are tasteful and very well done. Please continue doing what your team has really been excelling at the past several years, and continue to make wise decisions in the planning of our community by approving the entire submitted design. Anything less will be very unfortunate, as it is a very special space they are proposing. Thank you for your service, your neighbor, Taylor Helm. And 2 more comment letters. This one is from Todd M, and it reads, as a citizen of San Clemente, I'm in full support of the public house and North Beach project. I believe it would transform the area into a beautiful space for all in the community. Knowing the individuals behind the project gives me confidence in their vision, as they are men of integrity, trust, and have a record of bringing peace and unity to their community. Thanks. And the last letter is from Wayne Eggleston, and it reads, I have been involved with historic preservation since 1991 as former president of the San Clemente Historic Society, and continue my preservation involvement as former council member, mayor, and planning commissioner. I've realized over these years that historic preservation is precious, and once even a portion of it is lost forever. San Clemente has a limited amount of historic resources, and preservation decisions have immense consequences for our future. What is before you this evening is a decision to protect a historic building. Your decision whether to obscure or hide even a portion of a historic building will have consequences for future San Clemente generations. I would ask that you weigh this decision with the utmost integrity and honesty on your part, as your individual decision will guide the future of our beloved Spanish Village by the Sea. Thank you, Wayne Eggleston, former council member, mayor, and planning commissioner. And those are, you know what, pardon me, there is one more comment letter that I have. This one's from Becky Grondel. It reads, a place for the people would enhance San Clemente, having a space that could be used for weddings, meetings, gatherings, parent trainings, relaxing, and enjoying the beach town leaves nothing to be desired. By providing a building that can do all of these things, San Clemente would be giving its residents more. There are only benefits to the vision of public house. I wholeheartedly support Mr. Rose and his plans for this historic building. And those are all the letters that we have.
Hey, thank you. I will close the public hearing. Thank you, Stephanie and Gabriel. Job well done. I know that was not easy. I will, let's open it up for Planning Commission discussion. Anyone like to kick us off? Bart.
Yeah, nobody jumped in, so I'll put my foot in the water here. One, in regards to all the comments about parking and whatnot, they are parking fully on site, particularly for the 100-person occupancy, the 20 stalls they've got works there. When they have the valet service, the only thing I see might be an issue is stacking if people don't get out of the way quick enough for entering the parking lot. So that's something that can be discussed, or we can tell staff to look into that item. The wall, I am not, I think they've done a pretty good job on the wall. whether it's 6 feet, 7 feet. It's an acoustical issue. It doesn't really relate to the Miramar people saying that's a low wall. That site's a different topography. The patio's down. On the interior of the patio, it's about the same height. But looking from the street, it's a little lower. This is a different situation. The view of the building coming, if you're driving north, is not affected whatsoever by the walls. Coming south, I think they did a good job selecting the locations for the openings. And as a pedestrian concern, the only wall that is adjacent to the sidewalk, the only wall is 13 foot 10 inches long. And that's about 4.5 paces. Where the main street tree, the big one is, it steps back almost 6 feet. The building's back 6 feet, the gate's back 5.5 feet. There's quite a bit of articulation there that doesn't show up on the rendering, but shows up on certainly sheet A 2.2B. You can see the dimensions and what is going there. As for Allura, you've done a good job. I've got a question that's kind of been bugging me is on the simulations of the proposed and existing, you've got a railing going across the top of the opening for the gate, and it appears to be the track for the wall. For some reason, that bothers me a bit. And I would be not opposed if you work with staff and so forth, and consider maybe having wrought iron in those openings and then the acoustic wall behind that. The reason I kind of came up on that is I'm not sure who mentioned it, but whoever did, kudos to you, that the hours that remains open is important to have the visibility of this courtyard as long as we can over the course of the day. If you've got the protection of the wrought iron fencing, you've got your security. So you can leave it open in the evenings. You could even leave it open overnight, and you'd have at least the security that they have at the Miramar. With the sound barrier wall or gate, movable, openable, behind it, that fence then can provide the supporting rail for that wall. And there won't be that floating rail of, I'm guessing it's about 18 feet long. And it's just a track floating out there across the opening. So please consider doing something to eliminate that track or come up with a wall system that doesn't need that. I think with these openings, the architecture, we did a lot of research on looking at this at DRSC, and we came to the conclusion that this met the Secretary of Interior standards as far as adaptive reuse, and that decision was supported by I forgot their name here. The historic architect, GPA, in their report, supported that conclusion. And I think Wayne Eagleson made a good point. We need to weigh our decision on pros and cons, and I think this is truly a balance that we've made here, that we are being sensitive to the building and we are being sensitive to the applicant and trying to make this project work. The only other thing I want to make sure staff reviews subsequent to this is that there's been no comments on where the catering deliveries, when they'll be, are they in the alley? And when the catering staff's there and the, if they have outside liquor service, that their parking is considered in the total occupancy allowed at the time of the event. Those are my initial comments. Oh, and Jim, you made the comment, Jim Rullo made the comment about the sound rebounding off the wall to across the street. And I know where you're coming from on the freeway walls, where they put those freeway sound barriers up. They ricochet back at the residences on the opposite side of the freeway. But we are in a zone where this could be a building front right up on the sidewalk with a zero setback, could be 2 stories. And we wouldn't really be able to ask them to do the same thing and consider that. So
Right.
I don't know. Good point, but I think for this low wall, it's articulated enough. We've got landscaping in front of it. I think it's going to be far less than a 2-story building along the property line, should there ever be one. So I'll leave it at that to keep this short. And if anybody has any questions of me about my comments, I'd be happy to address those too. But I'm in general support of the project.
Commissioner Blackwell?
Yes, Jim, thank you. It was a good point, and I take the commentary from the 2 architects on the commission to heart, and I add a lot of credibility, especially to Commissioner Crandall's comments, as he is a tenured, very seasoned architect and has far more experience in design than many of us combined. So, but with that said, I do have a basic understanding of design, just as a person, how it feels. And when I look at this project, well, first I want to say, Boogie Rose, I wasn't sure if we were voting on a new mayor or what, because he had a lot of support from the community. I don't know this man. It sounds like he's done a lot of good things, and that's meaningful in our community, and it has value. However, we're talking about a project on its own merit, architectural project and a land use. That's what we're considering here. So I'm looking at a historical site, classic San Clemente design, all very consistent with what the founder wanted for the city, and it was all about community. And with that said, when I say community, I think of neo-traditional planning for some of the newer planners. We talk about new planning concepts. We talk about how it works for the community, not just for the users, but for the community. And this is a project, and it's a public project called Public House. It's in the El Camino Real corridor there. And, I'm thinking, what's good for the community, architecturally speaking. Well, what's good for the community is something that is consistent with our architectural guidelines, is consistent with what the founder wanted for the city, what our general plan says. And architecturally speaking, I do applaud the architect's attempt at continuity. I think that there's many details here that are favorable and do lend to the significance of the property. However, I still struggle with the wall, and I know the applicant's representative, Mr. Jim Holloway, another very well-vested community member and planner, all very valuable information added from him. But I struggle with the wall, and from just a sheer visibility perspective, I think about what I see, what I feel. My eyes stop at the wall. It to me does not speak new urbanism or neo-traditional planning or community at all in that regard. It tells me that there's a stopping point. There's a visual prohibition to the architecture. It makes me feel like I am on the outside and not welcome inside. So that's the feel I get. And that is what we want from architecture. We want a certain feeling. If that's the intention, then it's successful. So through the many iterations we've had in the design through DRC and now at Planning Commission, we see an offering from the applicant that doesn't eliminate the wall, but continues the architectural intent and brings a good, potentially viable project to the city, something that would be good for the community. And I think more applause is necessary for the applicant. It's very proactive and forward-thinking, whether the applicant realizes it or not. As we go into this new era of living and how we use land, having public spaces is going to be key, and multi-use spaces is going to be super important. I believe that wholeheartedly, and I think this particular project offers that opportunity. It's not stifled by limitation on use. You can do more with it. It's a cafe. It's going to be many different potential uses. I think it's great. The only element that I struggle with is that wall right up in the front. I don't think a two-story anything would be acceptable by this commission or any other commission or council at this location. Though the zoning is there for it, I just can't imagine it would ever happen. So, but if it would, and there is potential, I think this is a great alternative, but the applicant's not proposing that. The applicant is proposing, what we see here, the wall at the frontage on the south elevation really does create a visual impairment and obstruction. It just makes me feel like I'm not welcome inside. So how do you create a reasonable design here? Something that's good for the community, something that's good for the property owner and applicant. You add the openings, and Commissioner Crandall, I also support that idea of something in that space, that void where the gates are going to be. I struggle with the track, and admittedly, I was thinking maybe glass was there, and I took a closer look, and there's no call out for glass, so it's truly just open with a rail there, and that to me gives me uneasiness from a design perspective. I get the utility, but I don't understand how that's going to translate in real life. So something there instead, some wrought iron, decorative wrought iron, I think would be good. But I had asked the applicant's representative, Jim Holloway, if the applicant would be willing to open up that south elevation wall a little more. So during times when there is no function, that could be fully opened up with accordion style gates, which is commonly used now. We see that a lot in architecture. It's kind of a trendy thing right now. So it's not something new. You could fold those doors back and still have, even if it is 4 paces, you could reduce that solid area to, maybe 3 paces and be able to close that off. What we'd be left with is a decision here this body would have to make. Do you want half that wall to be a decorative wooden enclosure with wrought iron in front of it? Or do we just live with this solid white wall? There are no creeping vines proposed. There are shrubs. We're still going to see the wall. We're still going to see the termination at the top. It's still going to create a hard line right at the frontage. It's still going to feel like you're on the outside. It doesn't lend to community at all because it's not open. It's not inviting. So I get the utility function. I get it. I understand it. I understand the need. But from an architectural perspective, I'm not feeling it. And if the applicant is willing, and the applicant never answered that question when I asked if that opening could be extended a little more, I never got an answer. And I know we had technical difficulties, Jim, and you had to cut me short and give other commissioners an opportunity to speak. But I never got an answer to that part of it. And that's what I really wanted. I don't know if it's okay with the commission if we receive that, or if the commission would even consider, entertaining that added design revision to the wall. Or perhaps we think about a climbing vine of some sort that could add some greenery and some softness. It would definitely soften up the frontage there. We don't have a final landscape plan. And this commission, since as long as I've been on it now, what is it, 5 years plus, we've been griping about this. We're seeing preliminary landscape plans. And the final plans are to be reviewed by the planning director, which is great. And we have full trust in our planning director, but it ends up outside of the public review piece. It's not here for all of us to consider. And the vines on the wall, trees going to be added later, could significantly change the look and feel of this project. So just as a side note, I'm still very concerned that we're not seeing final landscape plans, especially for a project like this. It's troubling to me. It's super unfortunate that we're not at this point. I don't know why. Again, that's a side note, but on this project, the way it's reviewed, or I'm sorry, the way it's designed, I like it. I think it could be good. There was a little lackluster attention on the alleyway. Super disappointed that power pole is not going down in the back. I mean, when do we start asking for undergrounding? In many other cities, this would be the time. They can't spend 15, 20 grand to put that tower underground. I mean, how are we going to start to eliminate the wooden poles? That's, we've been talking about that in the city for many years. This is an opportunity. Totally ignored at this point. And the drawings and renderings and details for the alleyway, completely lackluster. I'm so disappointed because we talked about this in design review. And we see very basic sketches. And I think this architectural firm has done much better. And I'm disappointed that we're not seeing more. We deserve more, especially for a property like this, especially at this part of town. We just got a brand new designation. We should be proud of that. And we should be stepping up and going all in on these projects and asking those hard questions without worry about upsetting the property owner. The property owner says he wants to do the right thing here. And I believe it because he's done it before. So why can't we have this discussion? Why can't we talk about the alley facade? Why can't we talk about, the wall in the front? Why can't we talk about undergrounding the ugly wooden power poles? We've been wanting to do that for years. So, again, please, excuse me, I'm just a little frustrated on a couple pieces of this project because I think with all of this concern, I'm looking at all these people on this meeting, all so invested and for so many years seeing that, and then for this to turn our eyes to some of the elements that are so easily addressed. So overall, I can approve this project this way. I think there's some elements that warrant, I wish I just had more support from the rest of the commission, and I know the discussion is early, so perhaps we can garner that sort of support. But I think that wall needs more attention. I don't think we're going to lose a project if we ask the question. That's all I have, Jim. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Wu.
Thank you, Chair. First, I'd like to compliment the architectural design. I think the architect has done a great job. The sophistication of the program and the intensified proposed use, everything sounds very, very good. And I would support this project in general. There are quite a few minor concerns. None of them cannot be addressed. But let me say this, tonight, I cannot support it tonight, just because the noise study is wrong. And that needs to be fixed and come back to the planning commission for me to support it. Because the closest residential use is incorrectly identified. The reality is another piece of land is much closer to the project, and that needs to be studied. So let's talk about the visibility of this historical structure. We just had a historic district established, and this is another historical resource of the city. And one can imagine that with the renaissance or rejuvenation of North Beach, and eventually it will become a very nice location. And for people to enjoy and walk around, it's a little gem but I want a gem to shine through the wall and not a hidden gem from public view. The current design partially hide the important architectural feature of historical resource, and it also temporarily hide it. We look at the proposed schedule, it's 7 hours per day, 6 days per week. That's 42 hours out of a week. That's 25% of total time. With the nice architecture design for the single story and the historical structure, and with the nice landscape design for the courtyard, I think it's to the applicant's interest to let it shine through and have the exposure and let the public to see it when they pass by, whether by walking or by driving. So it is to their advantage to open it up as much as possible. The applicant agreed to keep it open anytime when there's no private events. Kind of backtrack a little bit here. So I would insist that is the case, that this project, the sliding door and the swing door will kept open anytime there's no private event. Now, I understand there may be security concern, and I think Bart have proposed a great solution, and I was about to propose the same thing. That is to install some wrought iron in front of the door, so people can still see it. You don't need to worry about people trespassing into the courtyard during nighttime, but people can see your wonderfully designed courtyard and a new addition. And 7 feet is tall, especially at the back of the sidewalk, because it. I have the zoning code in front of me. It's a 17.24.90 about fence, walls, and hedge. It's only 2 sentences, so I'll read it to you. The purpose and intent of this section is to establish standards for fence, walls, and hedge that limit their visual and traffic impact, but allow for the privacy and architectural interest afforded by such a structure. The purpose of a stricter fence height limit is in the front yard is to provide for open street scene to allow the primary structures on a street to be visible and to contribute to the visual character of the neighborhood and to allow for unobstructed views of traffic to and from driveways. So if the proposal is to put the building right on front, and the building can sit on the property line without any problem, and they can put the private yard on the backside, and that would be ideal. But the applicant decided to put the yard in front of the building, which is okay, but that the front of the building is supposed to make contribution to our public place. That is our street, and I cannot accept internalized and privatized front courtyard. So I cannot accept this design as of now. So I need the opening to keep the visual access by the public to the front of the newly designed addition and historic resources for much of the time. In other words, if you keep them closed during private events, that may be okay, because especially considering the weekend time, this is a visitor servicing area from Friday afternoon to Sunday night. According to the operation as is, there's only 7 hours that people can walk by and see what's behind these solid walls. That's not acceptable. So I think that the building is well designed, but it just needs more relationship with our public realm. That's on the wall. So I would like to see the wall to set back a little bit to allow for a little more landscaping in front of the wall to soften it, and also to reduce the impact of the height. If you want to keep it 7 feet, ideally, I would like to see maybe, if you really want it, I'd support 6 feet. If you really want it 7 feet, I need to see additional setback. If the wall sit on the property line, I'm going to support no or exceeding people's normal eye level. we have to be careful that we don't follow a slippery slope. Miramar Theater applicant asked for 6-foot wall. We had them to open 50% of them by installing glass and wrought iron. Here, an applicant is asking for 7 feet wall. Where do we draw the line that the public interest, public view toward our important historic resource has to be maintained? And the front of the building facade needs to be open to the public realm. I welcome the challenge. This project tests the limit of many, many things. I welcome those challenges because it allows us to look at our regulations really hard, but we have to draw a line somewhere. Otherwise, they will continue to push. Everybody wants more higher walls, and the next applicant will ask for 8 walls. And their justification is, I want privacy and a quiet front yard. Well, if I go to the City Planning Commission and ask for a 6-foot wall in my front yard and say, I've used up my rear yard, I just need a quiet and a private space in my front yard. Is the Planning Commission going to approve it? I don't think so. I wouldn't make those requests, by the way. I think the building needs to be open to the general public. So that's the wall and the openness of a wall. We had a lot of projects, and we have reviewed quite a few projects related to historic buildings, and the neighboring properties are routinely asked to set back enough. Sometimes cut the corner, sometimes create extra notch out at the corner to preserve public view toward that historic structure. I remember in one case, we analyzed the viewpoint from the roadways and make sure that in no occasion, when you pass by or drive by and the historical resources is even blocked, this design has partially obstructed the view toward the historic resource, and also temporarily, meaning part-time, blocks it. In combination, the remaining opportunity for the public to see the historical resource is simply not sufficient for me to support this design as is. I really need some help for me to make the finding for the architectural review and cultural heritage permit item C. The architectural treatment of the project complies with the architectural guidelines in the city's design guidelines. So please don't tell me that design guideline is just a design guideline. You don't need to follow it. It is in our zoning code, and it is in our general public that design guideline needs to be followed. And also item F, it says, and the city finds that proposed modification, alterations, or additions are sufficiently in conformance with the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historical properties and the community design guidelines to substantially further the city's goals of historical preservation. City design guidelines ask for low wall for Spanish colonial architecture. This is not the case here. G, for resources on the city's landmark list, the proposed rehabilitation, restoration, preservation, or reconstruction, including modifications, alterations, or additions, are found to be in conformance with the Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties and preserve to the extent feasible the character defining features. I don't think that effort has been done to the extent feasible. And I also see the words preserve and reinforce the historic features or architectural characters of the city. Preserve, probably pass the test, but reinforce, not there yet. I think the partial obstruction of the view still deserves some modification here. Also, I'd like to recommend, while the applicant modify this design and come back for the next meeting, I would like the city to study extending the fifth lane, the central median, to allow people to make a left from El Camino Real and onto El Camino Real. That will provide a little bit of queuing space, and also when they exit the parking lot and make a left onto El Camino Real, there's just enough space for them to stay in the meeting and without affecting or without causing a traffic collision, so to speak. Right now, the meeting is extremely narrow because it goes to a goal point where it just disappears. There's not enough space for them to stay in a safe island before they can merge into the travel lane. Applied, it's simple. I just want the applicant to follow city's dark sky policy. A minor condition to be added is I would propose to stipulate that during weekdays, 3 o'clock to 5 o'clock, the property will be used for special events set up. No guests or attendees will be admitted before 5 o'clock. Now that is to avoid the overlapping parking needs from the office and the special events. Then I still don't have answer for the additional parking needed for.
So, excuse me, Commissioner Wu, please pardon the interruption, but it's been over 15 minutes and I'd like to give other commissioners a chance to speak too before we all come out. So
can I have 30 seconds?
Yes.
Yeah, I still don't have a solution for the additional parking needed for a host, 2 security guards, and 4 valet parking attendants during the large-scale special events. So I'm open to listen to other commissioners' idea on that, because they will either park on site or become essentially overflow parking onto the neighboring neighborhood. So that's my comment. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, Commissioner Brown.
Yeah, did this go? Who attended the design review subcommittee meeting that passes on? Chair Crandall, who was there to support you?
You're on mute.
Jen and Michael were there, and they were in general approval at the time.
Yeah, I mean, if you go all the way through design review, bring your stuff to the design review subcommittee. Don't redesign this project at the full commission. Where were you guys at that day? This is embarrassing. I'm frankly very upset that we get to this 11th hour and 59th minute, and now we're moving walls and we're getting community fields, and that should have been hammered out in design review subcommittee. And that's when I look at the notes of the design review subcommittee in my book, I don't see any of these concerns you people are bringing up here now. This is 11th hour, day late, dollar short, and I'm frankly very embarrassed that we have all these concerns now, that after all these other studies have been done and questions answered, that all of a sudden things are not acceptable. And so I'm really very irritated at the process that at this late hour, now we have to redesign this process before you get support from the design review subcommittee. And
well, let me step in.
I'm talking and you're listening. I'm going to listen to you people for the last 30 minutes. And so
okay, the applicant wanted to move the project forward, Don.
Okay.
He didn't want to come back to design review. They wanted to move it forward. They were warned that this could happen.
Okay.
And we can't insist to make them come back twice.
Mr. Brown, I'd offer my response to your frustration. I understand that, but parking, circulation, noise was not a part of design review. And the concern on the wall was always a concern, at least from me during the design review. The applicant agreed to keep it open anytime unless there's special events. Now they backtracked to keep it open only during cafe time. They reneged with their commitment on that. And
even with that, I was.
I'm
very,
sorry,
very
when you
reluctant to move-
misrepresent me, you can't do that without response.
Excuse me, Mr. Holloway. We're in discussion now. Go ahead. Don, did you have something you want to say?
Well, I'm just, noise is not a part of design review. There's a reasonable noise study. There's been a finding of another residence here. There's a parking study. A lot of effort has gone into this, but here we are. We're redesigning the walls and the openings tonight. That I just don't find this whole process acceptable, and that's where I'm upset about it. That the whole process has gone this far. We have a huge amount of community support for it, and we're sitting there. And this is not the place to do design review. I've said that many times before in the planning commission. This is land use decision. You get down to the point where we're designing the building and the holes in the windows here, the wheels have come off, and that's where I'm not happy with this whole process.
Commissioner Kozinski.
I really like the way this building is designed, and I do agree with Commissioner Blackwell and Commissioner Wu that it should be open like it's proposed on page 7 of the report. And I wanted to ask you, Jim, is it okay to ask the applicant, based on what he's heard today, to propose something that we could put into the conditions to keep that open permanently, instead of the closing, like the wrought iron, for instance? Would that be something that we could do?
Yes, if you've got something specific you'd like to make a condition on, and you want to make sure that the applicant is agreeable to that, certainly.
Because from what I hear, if we just allow them to accept a condition where it's just wrought iron, or I don't know if glass would be acceptable. That would be a Bart question, but pose that to him and see what he says. And then I can get behind this.
Okay, well, let me, are you through? Did you cover everything you wanted to cover? Okay. Yeah, I had a couple of thoughts about this, and then we can see if maybe there's, conditions or something, other additional conditions or something that might be appropriate. I will say, obviously, the wall is one of the big issues with this. The wall is an element of adaptive reuse, and that's something that we do with these buildings. So for this particular type of use, a wall, they need some privacy. A wall is, at least the concept of a wall is not inappropriate, but of course it still has to be able to meet the findings and be appropriate to the architectural overlay and that sort of a thing. I think that if those doors were open, I had a concern about the height of the wall and that sort of thing. But if those doors remain open, except for when there's actually an event going on, then I think that there is sufficient openings in there to enjoy the building from those angles. So right now at night, there's no wall at all around that courtyard. So there would be no change in security if those doors were open at night. And so that in terms of the wall, I am pretty content as long as those doors can be open, except when they have some private event that's going on. So we're really talking about maybe a few hours a day of those walls being closed. I agree with Bart. I think that was a good catch about the railing on top. I think that that's problematic, and for it to be, appropriately Spanish colonial revival. Maybe there's a different type of door system, something with wheels on the bottom instead of a railing on the top, or having a railing on the bottom. I think that would be a better solution. I actually would have trouble approving it with something that's kind of like obvious like that. The kind of an obvious modern, mechanical thing that's just kind of sitting there. Having the wrought iron everywhere, kind of sort of fencing it in with wrought iron. It's a possible solution. You can see through it, but it's still less open than just having the doors open there. So I'm a little less attracted to that solution, but it is something to talk about as a potential solution. I think being able to walk through it, having the sense of being able to walk through those openings through most of the time is something that's important. And it may be that the applicant's amenable to that, as long as we change that track system so that it doesn't sort of block off the view. It's not that it blocks the view, but it's something there in the view space that you've got to duck under or something like that. So it's a little less inviting, and it, I think, clashes with the SCR intent of the area. So if we could do that, then I would be content with the walls. I think that the parking plan perhaps needs to be improved to address some of these overflow issues that Commissioner Wu brought up, for instance. The parking plan right now is made based on the parking math, that we're not going to have more than 35 cars there. I think if there's an event with 100 people, there's going to be a day when you have an average of 2 people per car. That's 50 cars. What are you going to do with the extra cars? And there needs to be some understanding of that this is going to be the case. Here's how we're going to keep a drive aisle or keep the cars out of going up Pico. I am a little concerned about that. I know there's 2 valet stations there that helps with the concern of getting cars lined up on Pico. Personally, I'd rather see a single driveway entrance on Los Molinos to get it out of Pico, because that's such a busy street. But because we have the 1-year review, because they have the condition in there that they're going to manage that and change it if they need to, and there's 2 valet stations, I'm okay with approving that as a potential workable solution, as long as we understand what we're going to do with those extra cars that are probably inevitable. There's a 35 guest cars, potentially more. If the parking math is a little under, and Commissioner Wu's comment about what about essentially the employee parking or the valet, where do the valets park when they're going to do that? So we need to, we haven't really talked about that. I think I'm a little worried about how the neighbors are impacted. I think if people park in front of the street on Los Molinos after most people's business hours, that's fine, but I wouldn't want any residents there to be impacted. So that is something that needs to be addressed in my mind. For the sound study, really what that comes down to for me is the amplified sound. And I would have a big problem with approving this with the amplified sound. We don't allow the amplified sound in, I forget the name of the restaurant, but what used to be Ichibiri's. So there's only acoustic there. I believe there's only acoustic at Casino outdoors. There was a place about 100 yards up the road that wanted to do a roof deck with amplified sound, and that they couldn't get that through. There was quite a bit of controversy about it. So acoustical out there, I think, is probably okay, but the amplified, we just don't do that, right? I mean, every time we get a request for that outside, even a TV outside, it's a problem. It's a big problem, and there's a lot of pushback. So I would simply prefer to see, and I think this would probably address Commissioner Wu's concern with the sound study. I would just prefer to see this condition where there's no outdoor amplified sound. They can have acoustic outdoors if they need to do that. Because inevitably there's going to be a TV out there that's going to be turned on, and stuff like that is bound to happen. So so for me, those are the big things. And the improvement to the parking plan to cover the extra cars, the open doors, except when there's a special event that requires the doors closed, and no amplified outdoor sounds. I could approve this project if we had those types of conditions in there. Let's see, Mike.
Yes, thank you, Jim. Gosh, where do I start? Okay, so yes, no, I'm feeling the sincerity here with the commissioners and design review subcommittee function, which I've been fortunate to be a part of. And this one was one project that came through, and as a planning commissioner, also sitting on the design review commission, it's a very important and delicate environment to reside in. but it is an advisory committee. There's no decision making. We make recommendations based on, you know, whatever factors we feel are going to be important for the community. And to Commissioner Crandall's point, the applicant, you know, can move with our recommendations or not. In this case, did not. These discussion points, for the most part, were a part of those discussions at design review. We discussed the alleyway, we discussed the power pole, we discussed the wall, we discussed parking. So all valid. There has been, you know, to the applicant's credit, there has been movement in a more positive direction. And again, I say that this project is a good one. I'm happy to see a community serving function come in. What was there previously, I believe, was also that, and served for many years that way. And this is going to be, I think, a viable solution, whether it be adaptive reuse, considered that or not. It's still for the community in an important overlay zone, as well as a brand new historic district. So being mindful of that, I am, you know, giving a nod to new urbanism and neo-traditional planning, you know, doing this for the community, which is why we're all here. Again, don't want to talk about architecture without all of the elements that go with it, like land use, landscape, circulation, sound, all of these things. Design, that's a huge part. And yes, we do design here on the dais. We're planning commissioners, and design is a huge piece of what we do. We're fortunate we have a design review subcommittee opportunity for applicants. That is a courtesy. Many cities do not. We offer that, and I think that's wonderful that we do that. Whether or not our, you know, the advisement that's given is, you know, embraced and run with or not, you know, that's the applicant's opportunity. They don't even have to go to design review. They can come straight to planning commission and roll the dice that way too, which is fine. Doesn't mean it's going to get denied, just means they didn't have that opportunity to have a discussion with people at the city that care about the city. So I know we all love the city. We're all doing the right thing and our hearts are in the right place. Again, I stand by my position earlier, and even more so hearing Commissioner Wu articulate the details and also address the points and the findings that are relevant. I don't think we can make the findings on this for that reason. And I believe these are easy fixes. And to me, I'm thinking, well, maybe we decide on tonight, we can deny it, we can try to approve it, or we can maybe revisit this in the future. I would like to see it come back because I think it's a great project and I don't want the applicant to lose any more time. It's well represented. It's got a great team, design team and land use representative, very strong, and everybody's invested here. And it's an important project. This property is a big deal. It's, I mean, when you're driving down El Camino Real, you don't see much at that end of town if you stay on the main road, but you do see this one and you see the theater, and it's part of the gateway to our city. I think there's enough concern here, aside from my own, that would warrant a revisit on this. So I'd love to see it come back. I wouldn't support it right now the way it is. So, you know, it would unfortunately be a negative vote for this one for me. But I would be on board with you know, tabling it or continuing it to another planning commission meeting, maybe even a date certain, if that helps. Thank you.
Commissioner Crandall.
Yeah. For my edification, would it be all right to give their team architect a chance to respond to the comments about the type of wall, and maybe have Jim Holloway respond to the hours that they would be willing to be open to have some kind of schedule?
Sure. Why don't we go ahead and hear from the applicant on those 2 points? That'd be helpful.
Okay.
Jim or Alora, would you like
Sure.
to comment on either or both?
Well, the hours of operation, I'm a little confused because Stephanie already, at the beginning of her presentation, proposed a new condition, which we're comfortable with. And I think it was just an oversight that condition wasn't, you know, put in there in the first place. But in essence, I don't have it right in front of me, but in essence, the gates to the wall will be open at all times that the special events are not occurring, or something like that. Can you?
Yeah. Can you bring that up, Stephanie, or ask somebody to bring that up? Because I thought the language might be a little squishy myself, so it might be.
Well, we can, we can certainly firm up the language and the discussion at DRSC, and Commissioner Wu is correct. And I'm not backtracking. We will agree to a condition that keeps the gates opening, whenever it's not necessary for privacy and intimacy of special events. That was our statement at DRSC, and we'll stand by that. And however you want to craft that condition is fine with us. While Stephanie's maybe looking that up, I can move on to other things, or if Stephanie's got that, we can go now.
I do have that, Chair Rulin, if you don't mind me just reading the proposed condition for the record.
Okay.
So it says here, the sliding doors of the exterior patio walls shall remain open during cafe operational hours and when privacy and quiet is not needed with the special events venue. And the reason it was crafted that way is because we didn't want to say that, because there could be a situation where the special events venue is operational, there is a private party, but there isn't a need for privacy, essentially. And that, as part of those private parties, the group would be open to having those courtyard walls open. So that's the reason why we kept it in some ways a little bit broad, to exercise some discretion as far as what events need to keep those doors closed. But certainly, we're if the commission desires, feel free to make some suggestions to modify that verbiage.
And I would concur, maybe we didn't get the language right, but the intent is there. For instance, a couple of special events that we would keep the doors open might be a chamber mixer or an art show or any number of things that I think Boogie Rose mentioned in his presentation. So however you want to word that, we are comfortable with that, and we will agree to it.
So
Chairman,
yes.
This is Gabriel. I was going to mention, if you need to see that condition and we need to pull it up in the slide, just let us know, and we could ask to put that up on the screen.
Okay, yeah, we might need some exact wording once we have an agreement. But let me ask the commissioners for that particular one. I'm just thinking, based on that reading, that if we strike the words during operational hours, then what the condition reads is when you need privacy, you close the doors, and when the need for privacy is done, you have to open the doors. So middle of the night, high noon, whatever, they're open unless there's something going on where privacy is required. Is that in terms of the doors being open and having visibility to the historic structure, would that satisfy most or all of the commissioners?
I'll jump in real quick. It would certainly satisfy me, and that's why I proposed the potential wrought iron with an acoustic sliding door behind it. Then they'd have their security. It'd be open all the time, and they could leave it open at night, possibly. And I wanted to get Allura's response if she, in her design process, if she considered that and thrown it out for some reason we're not anticipating.
Allura and I have traded text while the conversation's been going on. And I think your point about the rail, Bart, is well taken. I don't know what the solution is, but I think we would be willing on that one point, rail or substitute the wrought iron with the sliding acoustic doors. We'd be willing to agree to a condition that would bring that particular design feature back to DRSC for approval prior to issuance of a building permit. I hate, somebody mentioned, let's not do too much design here at the Planning Commission, but let's ferret out the issues. And then if it's a very specific issue like that, let's bring it back to DRSC. But once we got approval here, so we can go on to the Coastal Commission. But before we get to the building permit, we can bring it that particular design issue, maybe some others, but that one specifically back to DRSC.
Thank you very much. Jim Ruin. And maybe this will require Stephanie also. What do we do about the sound report? If it is incorrect, we can't really make a decision then.
I can address that as well. Commissioner Wu said that it's in my it's in the staff report and it's in the noise study, but the easiest reference point would be page 10 of the staff report. We did get a sound monitor at that residential structure. It's not a residential use per zoning, but it's a residential structure, and it's right across the alley, right next to the project, and that was where one of the sound monitors occurred. I have a black and white printout, and the only reason I can see it there is because I knew where it was there. You can see it better in a color printout, but it's there and it was studied.
Well, Jim, thank you for agreeing to keep it open all the time, unless you need a privacy. I also would like to that condition to be applicable to not just the sliding doors, but the swing doors. You can add a wrought iron doors in front of it, swinging out, and then your wooden door, the solid core wooden door, would swing in that case. And then on the noise study, you do have some data there, but the analysis doesn't cover that. The analysis only covers the residential mixed use street across El Camino Real. It does not mention what we call ST1. That's your station 1. That's not in the analysis. It wasn't in the raw data collection. So that
well, it's in there
to be updated.
Yeah, it's in their summary. You know, it's in their summary and conclusions. And if you look at the sound profiles, you can determine that it's, you know, well, let me back up and talk about one issue that Jim Ruin brought up, and that was amplified noise in the or amplified sound in the courtyard. I think that we could eliminate that as long as we can have the acoustic music in the courtyard and then amplified music in the bear room, and then that would make, you know, the whole noise issue that Commissioner Wu is concerned with moot.
Well, Jim, if you look at page 18, the table 6, the first item, it says the nearest residential mixed use, 1520 North El Camino Real. And that's factually not correct. So the 2 nearest residential mixed use needs to be studied and included in this analysis.
Well, Commissioner Wu, Commissioner Wu, if there was no amplified sound, though, would that satisfy your concern? No outdoor satisfy?
I have no idea to know it because I'm not an acoustical engineer.
Well, we've always considered amplified sound to be a larger issue than acoustic sound whenever we've looked at
taking a guess.
Taverns and such. So
if there's no amplified sound, I'm kind of at a loss as what would we study?
I think in my mind, we've had studies when we thought that there was a reason for either a very significant amount of acoustical sound, like, you know, 30 yelling kids, or when there was amplified sound, like an outdoor television or amplified music or something like that. Those have really been the types of concerns where we've wanted to look closely at sound studies and that sort of thing. I'm thinking if there's no amplified music outside and all it is, you know, grown-ups talking and, you know, maybe a few instruments, not unlike what we approved for, I keep forgetting the name of the restaurant where Ichibiri's is, the new restaurant in Ichibiri's. then it doesn't, then is there really a sound concern at that point?
Yeah, OC Fresca was just,
OC Fresca.
yeah. Jim, you might want to ask Mal and Gabriel, is this something that could be handled with a, I don't think it'd be a condition of approval, but a directive that anything, whatever decision, if we get to a decision, would be based on the sound study supporting our assumption that that wouldn't affect the, there would be no effects on those residential units?
I'll also look to Mel for this. Commissioner, if there's interest in studying nearby residential because there's the feeling that that wasn't analyzed in the report, I don't think we can defer that analysis. We would have to do that with your approval of the project. So, and I think that's what you're asking, right? Can we do that later? I don't think we can do that, defer impacts, studying the impacts at a later date.
Well, I'm still at a loss as to what we would study.
Yeah, you know, that the current study assumes amplified sound outside, right? And now we're saying if there's no amplified sound, is there any sound source that's going to be as loud as the amplified sound in the sound study? And if that's the case, we should be coming in under. I don't think that there is, unless I'm, you know, there's something I'm missing. And if that's the case, we shouldn't have any problem coming in under the city's sound ordinance. And if there was a sound problem, they would still have to handle it to accommodate the sound ordinance.
Jim, let me elaborate with you. The sound study considered 5 cases, 5 scenarios of
Correct.
how the sound are used.
Correct.
And it picked 3 locations, so a combination of 15 scenarios, if you will. The 3 locations are nearest residential mixed use, 1520 North El Camino Real. Second location is a residence south of a project site. That's a hotel. No, that's on 1604 Calle Los Bolas. And the third location is the Best Western Plus Casablanca Inn. The first location, the nearest residential mixed use, is incorrect. There is another residential mixed use land use closer to that. So although the current study subject of the study, 1520 North El Camino Real, may be okay, the closer one may not be okay. We don't know.
Let me, Gabriel or Stephanie, would we require a sound study if there was no request for outdoor amplified music?
You know, I'll jump in and say that requiring a noise study is really not something required by code. It's something that during the development review process, it's something that staff exercises discretion on in terms of when exactly, you know, when exactly the proposed use would raise a level of concern where we think that a noise study is warranted. So that being said, there isn't a hard and fast rule as far as when a noise study is required. In this particular case, it was something that we were doing because there were, you know, sensitive land uses in the area, and because, you know, typically noise concerns are, you know, concerns that could be raised by the public with a special events venue where there is going to be live entertainment.
Okay. So I guess, you know, there's a certain maybe subjective thing that I'm putting forward here, Commissioner Wu. It just seems to me that the sound, a lot of the sound concerns, I would think, and well, for me, and this might not be true for you, but I would think that a lot of the sound concerns would be significantly reduced if there's no amplified sound, because it's kind of an enclosed place. It's not that big. The sounds that are going to be there are people's voices. There's already the traffic noise, which is a not, I guess it's an acoustic, but it's not, that's not amplified, but it's certainly like mechanical. So I'm just trying to find a way through this, right? So if you believe that even with no amplified sound, a sound study for that particular location that you pointed out is required, then that's how you feel about it. But I'm just putting this out there, just trying to say, in case you haven't considered it, non-amplified sound may have a very different impact on the environment than the amplified sound that we were assuming when we started the evening.
I tend to agree with you, Jim.
Chair, the staff's request to conduct a sound analysis is reasonable because this site could see the potential to have special events every day in a year. It's a very intensive use, which we like to see, but the impact should be studied. I think it's a reasonable request. Now, you suggest that there's no amplified sound. The applicant hasn't agreed to it. Have you?
The applicant has said that they would agree to it. No amplified outdoor sound. The applicant has said that they would agree to that. That's why I'm pursuing this.
We're withdrawing our application for outdoor amplified sound. We're withdrawing that application.
So you would have live music there.
Live acoustic music consisting of guitars, violins, and harps. And we'll stipulate to that as well.
Okay.
Jim, I don't want you to get into a bind here, but at a wedding ceremony, they're probably going to want a mic.
Well, we thought about that, but I'm just going to ask Boogie to project his voice.
Okay.
Are we serious on that?
Can we allow Boogie to speak on this?
Are we not going to allow people to get married and to have somebody exchanging wedding ceremony vows without having some type of, so that the people in the audience could hear? Is that what the commission is asking for?
Or how about
I'm just warning.
just looking for a way through, as Jim Rowland would say, looking through a way through. Amplified sound, no amplified sound except for officiant mic.
Yeah, you could probably say no amplified music.
Yeah, right. Come on, guys.
I'm good with that.
Well, I'm good with that. I think you would need it, but if you say you don't need it, then I leave it to you.
We can live without the amplified music. We may come back at a later date and prove to you how well that works. But at this point in time, it's this tail wagging the dog here. We need to get on to Coastal Commission. We need construction drawing. I mean, you heard a lot of support, even from the Historical Society. They said they love this project, but everybody said they love this project. There must have been 50 people that said that. So let's find a way through so we can go to Coastal Commission, deal with some of these, the gate design, which we'll bring back to DRSC. I got a couple more comments trying to solve problems after we solve this problem.
Jim, the applicant's speaking, but that's fine. Let me just, it's getting on in hours here. The two big issues were the sound and the wall design. So, and let me direct this next part to Stephanie or Gabriel. Do we have a temporary use or special use permit in place? Maybe the applicant has 1 out of 100 events and they really do want some amplified sound for an hour or two. Is there a remedy in place for temporary permit for that on a case by case?
Or activity permit.
So maybe Stephanie, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. So as I mentioned, they can continue operating or having special events as long as it complies with the conditions. But if there is a special event that does not comply with the conditions, they can separately apply for a special activities permit, that would allow them to exceed, whatever, boundaries we set with these conditions of approval. So if that includes some component of outdoor amplified sound, yes, then that can be approved through the special activities permit, which I believe is 15 days a year.
Fantastic. And then we can take a look at that sample set when we revisit this in a year, as per, I forget the condition number, but we've got an opportunity to look at this.
Well, the applicant can come back anytime and request a change to the conditions. So if we say no amplified sound, and they come back and they get special event permits to do, use a mic for officiating, and they do that a few times and there's no issues and all that sort of thing, then probably everybody's happy.
Right. But my point is, there's a remedy, so it's not completely prohibited if they have a big event that really is important for them, for the potential customer, and they come into the city and apply for it, and there's some review conducted of the parameters of the project, when it's going to take place, what those hours are, and Gabriel can place special conditions on there that protect the intent of the city and our determination tonight if we make one in favor of the project. And then in a year, we look at that. We look at the frequency, we look at the character of those special requests, and maybe we reconsider at that point. We look at, how it's performed over that year. It's clear, Mr. Bauman, I'm not sure who he is in the ranking here on the applicant side, but maybe this is something he wants. Maybe this is part of what the applicant intended for in their grand vision for this project. So if we condition it with no amplified sound, unless under special case where at the discretion of the director of planning, on a case by case, there could be a consideration for one. Doesn't mean they're going to get it if they apply, because there's still a review and all the parameters of that particular request would be considered at that time. And then in 1 year, we look at that. We look at any complaints that came out of it. We look at, everything that happened on that project over the last year. And then we consider, maybe the applicant want to reconsider or make a new request for a permanent piece, or we just continue on like that, or we direct staff to not issue any permits at all because it was detrimental to the community after our little, it's kind of like a probationary period. That's something we could do. And then the other issue.
I like that. I like the idea of separating the acoustical sound and then just drop it from this application so we can proceed.
Yeah.
Well, we would condition it that would say, no amplified sound out there. So
no outdoor amplifiers. No outdoor
right.
amplifiers.
So right. Guitars, harps, and Jim, you said 3 instruments, I think.
Yeah, guitar, string instruments, and but may we have amplified sound for the officiant to perform the ceremony? And then I love Mike Blackwell's suggestion. We've done that in the past. We're sure that we can make, if we do want amplified sound in the patio, we'll come in for a special permit and we'll prove to you that it works or not. But I'm confident that we can prove that, in field tests that we can, that it will work. But in the meantime, if we can have string instruments, acoustic string instruments, non-amplified, and officiant mic for ceremonies, I think that's a great solution, all things considered.
How long do one of these ceremonies last? Or do any last, an hour? Do they usually last 10 or 15 minutes? The reason I ask is in that area, I don't think we've allowed it at all. Any kind of amplified music, any kind of amplified sound. So if my recollection is correct. So I just want to be careful about being, fair to all the businesses and the homes that are there. So how long are we talking about when you're, on average, when you're officiating something? Do there tend to be longer ceremonies? Are they
Well,
10
can
minutes
you
long,
answer
or?
that?
Yeah, I totally can. Stephanie and I talked about the sound before. What we're looking to do, we're not doing loud concerts outside. It's
No, I understand. I understand, and I'm
But
just looking at
there's
how.
concern
I'm just asking, how long would the neighbors expect to potentially hear the officiating going on when there's a ceremony? Is it 10 minutes, 50
A
minutes?
typical
roughly?
ceremony is about 30 minutes.
30 minutes, okay.
And so, we've had experience using other venues in the area. We're really just asking for the same thing the casino has. There's limits for how loud the sound can be outside the walls, which is totally understandable. That's why we did the sound study ahead of time.
The
And
casino,
so from our understanding, it can't be over 50 decibels when it gets to the street.
the casino gets special event permits, right? So I understand. They still get
No.
individual special events
No,
permits.
they give it. They have the ability to do it at any time, any place.
But-
Not just
But
them,
for
but Ole
years,
Hanson. and-
okay, but for years they got special event permits. That was, and then after some number of years, they got that permanent ability to do that kind of, as it was tried out. So I may be wrong about all of the restrictions that we have. And if I am, I stand corrected. But there are homes nearby. They're kind of across the street from, this is the official visitor serving area. So I just want to make sure that we're sensitive to them.
Agreed.
Because they have homes there. So.
Yeah. It doesn't make sense for us to create a place for the people and then upset all the people. So we, without being asked, spent significant amount of money for this sound study because we wanted to show what we were going to do. It doesn't make sense for us. This goes to the wall as well. We want people to see this place, but we have to be able to make it private for events. We have to be able to, the idea of leaving the walls open in the middle of the night and not having the ability to have security. So if we can work with the city on how to keep it so that the really nice fountains and tile that's going inside doesn't get destroyed, like just about everything else in that area, we're open to it. Same with sound. It makes no sense for us to have angry neighbors. So we preemptively did the sound study to make sure, can we do this? Is this wise? So that's why this is difficult to understand this process, because it sounds like if we hadn't done the sound study, this wouldn't be as difficult. Maybe I'm wrong. This isn't my world. We've never tried this before. That's why we brought in Jim and people that have walked this road. But yeah, this is a gauntlet. So I don't know if I hopefully I answered your question.
So, okay, so this is what we got. Let me ask the other commissioners. This is what it looks like to me we've got right now in order to move this forward, if we can move this forward. One is an improved parking plan to deal with the overflow. One is that they would come back to design review and have design review improve changes to the doors so there's not, the railing there. One is that the doors are only closed during, however we said that, when privacy is needed for an event. And then we have what the applicant would like is no amplified sound in the courtyard except for the officiant at a wedding and acoustical stringed instruments. So it sounds like the applicant would be willing to abide by those conditions. The question is there interest among the commissioners to approve with those conditions?
Okay, Jim, you left one piece out, and that was the wall design. Can we put that back?
No, that's going back to design review.
Okay. So if
For the
that was
doors, for the way the door is, yeah.
Okay. Just know that there was a consensus here about the wall design, and of those commissioners that were concerned about it, those 4 commissioners, 3 of those 4 also sit on the design review subcommittee. So it's going to be a guaranteed discussion and, recommendation, whether the applicant is willing to make it or not. If the applicant can do it right here, it could be a simple yes and leave it at staff's discretion at that point, rather than going to design review. Because it's not a negotiation, we're not doing that at this point. If it goes back to the other committee, it's a recommendation for lowering it, moving it back, or opening up more of that wall. It's something.
Well, no, it's the doors. It's the design of the doors. It's not changing the wall. It's designing the doors so there isn't that that railing and that sort of a thing. So, and we're empowering design review to make that decision so that they can move forward and not have to come to planning commission.
And I
So
appreciate that piece of it, Jim. But what I
could agree with that, Jim.
well, I'm concerned really more about, so I had asked the applicant and never got an answer on that south frontage. Would the applicant be willing to, instead of on that elevation, instead of doing a third of the wall filled in with the wooden gate or wrought iron or whatever it ends up to be, or both, would the applicant go 50% of that wall?
Well, to answer your question, no. We think that the issue really is the gates and how much time will that be open. And we would like to go back, and we could go back to staff, but we may not want to put that responsibility for staff on staff for approving that. There's security issues. I like, Bart's idea has a lot of merit. I don't think we want to just commit to that right now. There may be other solutions, but as Jim Rulin mentioned, this is just about the openings going back to DRSC and how to deal with that railing specifically, and exploring Bart's idea and trying to make it as open as possible, and stipulating to the condition that Stephanie and Gabriel already discussed, and further exploring Bart Crandall's idea. That's the idea.
Well, that's great, Mr. Holloway. Thank you. But there are two other commissioners here that had concerns about. So you're completely ignoring that.
No, I'm not. I'm just.
Okay, hold on, please. In the interest of seeing what we can do here, I'm going to make a motion.
Jim, before you start your motion, and is also put a direction in there to have the sound studies verbiage corrected to I guess it would be Jen, in that one section, to say that the one across the street is not necessarily the closest one, residential.
Right. But we know it's not residential.
And that would just be something, a direction to staff, I think.
All right, so let's just make that direction to staff that that sound study should be modified.
Chair, if you allow me to chime in,
please.
Put a condition on approval and have them to go back to design review. I don't know if it works procedurally.
We've done it.
So you have
We've
some
done it.
concern about.
We've done it once before. It's not a preferable method, but I'm for both the planning commission's sake and the applicant's sake. If there's just that one thing and it's specifically a design thing, I would rather do that than make them come back to a planning commission meeting if we can avoid it.
You also have some concern about the parking as I had, and want them to study it. So how do we put the condition on that?
Well, the condition would be, and I'll set this up, but the condition would be that the parking study be amended to accommodate the overflow, and we would empower staff to approve that. So it's as it stands now plus overflow, and the overflow is what would be added to that.
And Jim, and to solve Jen's concern about the gates coming back to design review, that Stephanie and Gabriel, would you agree that it could be just considered a minor design change to an approved project, that from the recommendations of design review, zoning administrator would then approve it? The actual formal approval would be through.
Yeah, so I'll jump in and say that, there is precedent for taking one specific piece of a project and requesting that piece to go back to design review subcommittee, even without a separate application. So the specific project I'm thinking about was over at the outlets. There was a tower facing the freeway where there was a specific condition of approval that specifically said that needed to go back to design review subcommittee. And there wasn't any additional language requiring that to be an amendment to the entitlement package. It simply said that that piece of the project needed to go back to design review subcommittee. And I'm I think that there might have been a couple of other cases where just, again, specific pieces were brought back to design review for a very focused review without, upending the entitlement and requiring, that whole application to be brought back to the review body. So there is precedent for that.
Okay, so does it stipulate that the approval doesn't take effect until it clears the design review subcommittee on that particular item?
Yeah, it's a condition of approval that DRSC approve that. So their application is not approved, or their permit is not approved until DRSC has approved the door.
Yes, and I will clarify that those projects that I'm mentioning, typically the timing of that condition was prior to permit issuance.
I think, Jim, if I may, that's a slippery slope with other projects. Talking about signage by the outlets, that's a different animal, but I appreciate the weight there. But it's not, this is different. This wall is one of the biggest parts of the project in terms of aesthetics. And, there's one of the commissioners asked that the wall be moved back or lowered. I had asked if the applicant would be willing to remove more of the wall in the front. I was okay with the location of the wall and the height, just more of the wall removed so that it could be filled in with a gate or wrought iron, whatever it is. I'd even be open to a full wall enclosure, but lower, like half the size with wrought iron on top or something. But if we approve the land use and, it's got our determination has an appeal period. And also maybe this is a Mal question, but it goes back to design review. The applicant says, nah, not doing any of it. Design review subcommittee is an advisory committee. Then what?
In this case,
I agree.
DRSC is not DRSC is not an advisory committee.
At
that point, we're empowering them to make that decision. We've done that in the past. It's very rare, but we've done it.
Okay, well,
yeah, if this approval is conditioned on DRSC's approval, then this goes nowhere absent that approval.
Okay.
Right? They have been deputized to make that approval.
All right, that's good. Well,
There
that
are
gives
too many loose ends here.
I want to give this a shot. So I'm gonna make a motion that we adopt resolution number PC 21-002, a resolution of the Planning Commission, City of San Clemente, California, approving conditional use permit 24-243 and minor cultural heritage permit 20-244 to establish a multi-use facility referred to as Public House, comprised of a special events venue with valet parking services, cafe, and accessory church services, and for exterior building and site modifications to a historic property located at 1531 North El Camino Real with the following additions and modifications to conditions. First of which is the parking plan. I believe this would be a modification to 722. The parking plan shall be improved to accommodate any overflow beyond the 35 cars currently planned for. Item 726, condition 726, we strike the words during operational hours and. So it should read, I believe, the sliding doors remain open when privacy is needed for an event. A new condition that the design of the doors shall be reviewed by the design review subcommittee and subject to their approval prior to issuance of the permit. And an additional condition that there be no amplified outdoor sound with the exception of a wedding officiant, and any music shall include only stringed instruments. And that's the motion.
Jim, your language is good except for the part about the doors. Can we add a piece in there that the wall or the enclosure period will go before the design review committee? because we talked about landscape in front of it. We talked
No,
about the size of the
no,
opening.
no, I don't want to modify my motion to include that.
Jim, I think staff wanted 7.17 added and 1.7 added.
Can we put the proposed condition of revision
Hold
on
on,
the screen
one thing
so
at
we can look at it?
one thing at a time. So Stephanie, were those two conditions needed to be added? I don't remember which ones those are.
Are you referring to the additional conditions related to the design of the doors being reviewed by design review subcommittee, and then the no outdoor amplified sound?
No, I've made that proposal. Chris
Uh-huh.
just said that there were two
more.
new ones.
In your presentation, 7.17 traffic issues and 1.7.
No, those conditions are currently listed, are currently a part of the draft resolution. The only new one that staff is recommending relates to keeping the sliding doors on the exterior courtyard walls open when privacy is not needed.
And that was 7.26, which I had modified.
Yes.
So that's my motion. Is there a second?
I'd like to amend your motion, maybe, Jim. Can we say only the doors, the enclosure doors? Should it be more specific? So we don't get into more setbacks and rising walls.
What did I say? I thought that I said that. That's certainly what I meant, that
I know that's what you meant. I just want to
only
make.
the doors are going back to DRC.
Very good.
I need clarification on the doors. What about the doors before I can vote? What is it about the doors that we're going to talk about at DRSC?
You are going to approve them, whatever it is, whatever changes you want to make. What we had been talking about here was getting rid of that bar across the top, that track, things like that.
Okay, so
Jim,
just
are you
a
thought?
bar. So we're still going to put doors, just whether or not we're going to have a bar there is what you're saying.
Yeah, or any other types of changes that DRC might think is appropriate to them.
We have a motion and a second.
I'm sorry.
Also talking about the
Hold on a second.
wing door?
I'm sorry. Who seconded? I didn't catch that.
I
Brown.
did.
Okay. I'm sorry. What was that, Zen?
Are you also talking about the swing doors in addition to the sliding doors?
I said all the doors, so let's do all the doors.
Can we put all the revision on the screen so we can look at them?
Well, there's nothing. It's just what I spoke. There's no.
I'm not clear on what you're sending back to DRC. What we're going to spend time reviewing and the applicant.
The doors. You're going to look at the design of the doors and make any changes that you feel are appropriate. And the permit won't be issued until the DRC has said, we like that design of the doors.
I think the process can be much more cleaner if we have the applicant to come back in 2 weeks. I'm willing to have a special meeting anytime.
Okay, well, I've made a motion and there's a second. Is there any more discussion on it before we try a vote? Okay, I will call the roll on that motion. Commissioner Brown?
Aye. Favor?
Commissioner Crandall?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu?
No.
Commissioner Blackwell?
No.
Commissioner Kozinski?
Aye.
And Rulon votes aye. Motion passes 5-2. Okay, congratulations. And there's still some work to do, I think, on this. So good luck with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next item, agenda, let me put these together.
Hey, Jim, motion passed 4-2, right? There's 6 of us.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
5-2.
I'm sorry, it was 4-2. 4-2. All right, item 9, new business, we have none. Item 10, old business, we have none. So we are up to reports of commissioners and staff. Let's start with staff. Gabriel, do you have anything that you'd like to report tonight?
Yeah, Chairman and Commissioners, I was just gonna, you might have seen my announcement through email, but the North Beach Historic District is now listed in the National Register of Historic Places. we received that notification on December 22nd. So that's exciting that that has occurred. Right at this time, Jonathan Lightfoot, who helped prepare the grant application for the historic district and helped us go through that process, he is going to give an update to the city council at the second meeting in February about the historic district. But there's still more to do, right? Even though we have the designation, you know, how do we advertise the historic district to the public? How do they know it's a place to be able to visit and enjoy the history of the city? Some of that work needs to happen. So I'm kind of want to let you know that there's more work needed, but I'm also interested in your feedback. What you know is what would you like to see in terms of the historic district? Some of the ideas that we have at this time are providing signage. If you were to visit a historic district like in the city of Orange, they have signage off the freeway that directs the public to be able to visit that historic district. And then there's directional signage off the freeway. Those are some ideas that we have. We think that's an implementation step that needs to happen. But we also think there's other steps that need to occur, such as events, maybe even branding opportunities. We did share an example of that with some of the postcards that we provided for the North Beach Historic District to the Planning Commissioners. So we may want to continue to print those postcards to inform the public about the history of North Beach. And so, so anyways, I just want to let you know that that designation has occurred. And, you know, I don't know if you have any questions about the historic district, or you have any particular ideas that you'd like to share with us so that we can provide that to Jonathan Lightfoot in consideration of his update to the city council in February.
I do like these postcards. I kept them. I don't, if you guys remember that we got these in our packets some time ago. These are the postcards they kind of made as conceptual things, just really just pictures of North Beach. So they're kind of a nice little souvenir-y thing to pass out to people. So there you go. So yeah, I mean, t-shirts. I'm in software. We always have t-shirts and sweatshirts that we give out when a project starts. So that would be my idea.
Great. Thank you.
Anyone else? My idea is kind of lame. So
I want to make a motion to adjourn.
Love your idea, Jim. Love it, man. Good job.
All right.
I move that we adjourn to the next regular meeting of the study session of the Planning Commission to be held on February 3rd, 2021 at 6 p.m. via teleconference.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Brown, second by Crandall. I will call the roll. Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Crandall?
Aye.
Commissioner Wu?
Aye.
Commissioner Blackwell?
Aye.
Commissioner Kozinski?
Aye.
And Rulon votes aye, passes unanimously. All right, dinner time. Thanks, everybody. I know it was